hydrogen-related projects, beginning with the implementation of pilot trials for hydrogen-powered buses. This marks a milestone in the state's transition to clean energy solutions. Building on this momentum, Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sir, Sarawak continues to position itself at the forefront of the clean energy transition through the development of two potential hydrogen hubs, which are located at SEDC Petchem Industrial Park, SPIP, Tanjung Kidurong, Bintulu, and Rembus H2 plant at Kota Semberahan. These hubs are poised to host two international partners, namely H2 Hornbill project by the Japanese consortium and H2 Hibiscus project by the Korean consortium, both currently in the front-end engineering design stage. These partnerships will facilitate Sarawak's export of approximately 200,000 tons of green hydrogen annually to Japan and South Korea by the year 2028. Additionally, 9,000 tons of green hydrogen will be made available for local consumption annually. The Rembus H2 plant in Kota Semberahan, led by SEDC Energy Sinar Berhad, will serve as the primary hydrogen supply and refueling hub for the Kuching Urban Transportation System, KUTS, project. With a targeted production rate of 1,825 tons per annum, Rembus will play a pivotal role in fueling the region's hydrogen-based transportation initiatives. These strategic initiatives underscore Sarawak's commitment to advancing its hydrogen economy and achieving long-term sustainability goals. Therefore, as the technology related to hydrogen generation develops, it is imperative to ensure the safe generation, storage, transportation, and utilization of this gas. While existing federal regulation address various aspects of gas safety, a comprehensive review of the Sarawak Distribution of Gas Ordinance 2016 is necessary to account for the distinct characteristics of hydrogen. This review also empowers Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to make a regulation to address critical safety considerations, including flammability, storage pressures, and risk of leakages. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sir, may I now touch on salient features of the amendment bill. This amendment bill is introduced to establish a legal framework to regulate the distribution of hydrogen generated in Sarawak using feedstocks produced, obtained, or imported into Sarawak, premises to be used for generation or storage of hydrogen, the transportation of hydrogen for distribution and delivery to consumers in Sarawak, and for export. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, Sir, this amendment bill seeks to amend the principal ordinance to incorporate, among others, the following. A, definition of gas. The definition of gas is expanded to include hydrogen as one of the type of gases to be regulated under the principal ordinance. B, introduction of new Part 4A. This amendment will incorporate new provision under new Part 14, Part 4A, to specifically regulate activities in relation to hydrogen, a gas which is newly included in the definition of gas in the principal ordinance. The minister responsible for the implementation and administration of Part 4A is the minister having the responsibility for energy and environmental sustainability. C. Appointment and function of regulator. Part 4A will be administered by a regulator, assisted by appointed officers, all of whom will be appointed by the minister. The regulator shall have the functions to A. Issue licenses for activities such as 1. Hydrogen generation using any of the feedstock or a combination of 2. The building or maintaining a hydrogen generation facility. 3. The use of any premises, building, installation or land for the storage of hydrogen. 4. The distribution, transportation, conveyance of hydrogen within Sarawak or for export. And 5th, the sale, retail and utilization or use of hydrogen in its original, blended or hydrogenated form as a fuel for transportation, as a fuel for generation of electricity and other industrial application or processes. The second function of the regulator, Transri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, is to promote the economic development of Sarawak's hydrogen industry and its potential export. And the third function is to promote the investment in the generation and utilization of hydrogen in Sarawak. Now, let me touch on new offences and penalties. In addition, this amendment bill also introduces new offences and penalties in relation to the carrying out of any unauthorized activities relating to hydrogen, where any activities in relation to hydrogen generation, storage, distribution, or utilization carried out without license will constitute an offence punishable by fine of a minimum amount of 500,000 ringgit up to 1 million ringgit and or imprisonment up to 5 years. Now let me touch on the financial penalty. Further, Tan Sri Speaker, sir, this amendment also empowers the director or the regulator to impose financial penalty which may be recovered as a civil debt and to be paid into the state consolidated fund. Under this new provision, any non-compliance with the ordinance or its regulations will incur a penalty in an amount not exceeding 20 million ringgit. Repeated non-compliance will also face a penalty of 10 times the original financial penalty imposed by the director or by the regulator. Let me now touch on the imposition of rates, levies, etc. on hydrogen. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, sir, this amendment bill will empower the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to impose state rates, levies, taxes, or charges on hydrogen-related activities, including on feedstock imports, facility operations, sales, export, distribution, and transportation of hydrogen. extension of enforcement authority and protection to regulator. Another salient point to be highlighted here, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the introduction of new provision which extends enforcement authority to the regulator and grants the same protection accorded to the director or authorized persons to the regulator and appointed officers. As a conclusion, Dato' Ahmad Speaker, all the matters covered under the amendments are ancillary or subsidiary to the legislative power on distribution of gas conferred on the Dewan Undangan Negeri by the Borneo State Legislative Powers Order 1963 made by Yang di-Pertuan Agong pursuant to Article 95C of the Federal Constitution. With the passing of this amendment bill, the principal ordinance is enhanced to support Sarawak's clean energy transition by enabling and promoting hydrogen development, generation, distribution, and use. With this amendment bill in place, it would empower Sarawak to regulate the hydrogen activities and underscore Sarawak's commitment to advancing its hydrogen economy and having a transparent and investor-friendly regulatory framework to develop the hydrogen and related clean energy solution in the industry in Sarawak. I therefore, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, beg to move.
Another minister to second.
Speaker.
Okay. Now I call upon honourable members of this August House to debate on the second reading of the bill. Member for Darul.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sahabat sayang dan salam Sarawak maju makmur. Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker kerana telah memberi peluang kepada saya untuk turut sama mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan rang undang-undang Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 yang telah dibentangkan oleh Menteri Otoriti dan Telekomunikasi dan Ahli Dewan Negeri bagi N27 Sebuyau yang berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Julaihi bin Haji Narawi. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, ekonomi hijau merupakan strategi ekonomi yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kehidupan manusia dan masyarakat di samping mengurangkan masalah alam sekitar dan ekologi. Dalam ekonomi hijau, kerajaan melaksanakan circular economy dengan menggunakan sumber yang lebih efisien dan produktif dalam usaha meningkatkan pendapatan negeri atau negara tanpa perlu merosakkan alam sekitar atau melakukan perkara yang boleh menyebabkan bumi kita panas, tidak selesa dan tidak selamat untuk kehidupan manusia. Sehubungan itu, langkah Kerajaan Sarawak memperkenalkan dasar ekonomi hijau adalah sangat tepat pada masanya. Di samping cabaran global masa kini seperti iklim yang tidak menentu, pemanasan global, pencemaran oleh gas rumah hijau dan sebagainya, langkah Kerajaan Sarawak memperkenalkan hidrogen sebagai sumber tenaga baru yang lebih efisien dan bersih. Pencemaran amatlah dipuji dan disokong oleh semua rakyat Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, since the announcements of the post-COVID development strategy 2030 or PCDS 2030 in July 2021 by Yang Berhormat Premier of Sarawak, we have seen the positive outcome of its implementation gaining global recognition, particularly for Sarawak efforts in environmental sustainability through the explorations of green energy such as hydrogen. The passage of the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2023 has marked a crucial step for the Sarawak government in demonstrating its ongoing commitment to effective governance. It is affirmed Sarawak's position in the energy sector with a primary focus on economic empowerment. This aligns with PCDS 2030 goal of fostering energy self-reliance while simultaneously driving socio-economic development, generating skilled jobs, and creating new opportunities for our people. Transia Thomas Speaker, why hydrogen? Referring to the World Economic Forum 2023, said that hydrogen is the simplest and the most abundant element in the universe, has the potential to be the fuel for the future. It is an energy carrier that can store and deliver energy in a usable form. It is pure form. Hydrogen is a colorless, odorless, and non-toxic gas. It's high in energy, yet an engine that burns pure hydrogen produces almost no pollution, making it the desirable source of power. In general terms, hydrogen can be used as a fuel in two main ways. It can be burned to produce heat, or it can be fed into hydrogen fuel cells to generate electricity. The good news is that once blue or green hydrogen has been produced, it has a variety of different applications. Number one, transport. Hydrogen is already used to fuel buses and other forms of public transportation, especially in Japan. It can also power freight truck and train, while hydrogen-based fuels such as ammonia can be used in aviation and shipping. More widespread use of hydrogen to power vehicles will depend on price of hydrogen fuel cells becoming cheaper and hydrogen refueling stations become more common. Number two, power generation. Hydrogen can be used for turning renewable energy sources into a fuel that can then be stored and transported over long distances. Hydrogens and ammonia can also be used in gas turbine and coal-fired power station to reduce their emissions. Number three, heating building. Hydrogen can use potential to replace natural gas for heating domestic and commercial buildings via existing natural gas infrastructure. Hydrogen boiler and domestic hydrogen fuel cell require further development but could play an important role in the future. Hello. Hydrogen is currently used in a wide range of important industries processes. These include refining petrol, manufacturing steel, treating metals, and producing a range of chemicals. Mr. Speaker, the core objective underlying this amendment encompass, number one, facilitate the development, generation, distribution, and use of hydrogen as part of Sarawak clean energy transition. Number two, establish legal provision for appointment of regulator to oversee hydrogen-related activities in Sarawak. Number three, incorporate new offences in penalties associated with hydrogen activities. And number four, allow the Mesyuarat Kedua Negeri to impose rates, levies, taxes, or charges on hydrogen activities through state law. Mr. Speaker, important and function of regulator. To ensure the effectiveness and success of the proposed amendment to this bill, it is essential to establish an official designated entity responsible for overseeing the comprehensiveness regulations of hydrogen supply and demand dynamics in Sarawak. The regulator is a critical entity which will enable Sarawak government to efficiently oversee and administer the sustainable growth and regulation of our burgeoning hydrogen industry. The regulator will ensure that Sarawak is well positioned as a leader in hydrogen production, distribution and export by enacting policies and providing oversight that drive both industry development and economic prosperity. Entrusting the regulator with the function of issuing licenses for key hydrogen-related activities, which include but not limited to: number one, hydrogen generation. Licensing will encompass hydrogen production from a variety of feedstock, ensuring compliance with environmental and safety standards while encouraging innovation and production strategies. Number two, infrastructure development. The regulator has the right to grant permit for the construction, operation, and maintenance of hydrogen production facilities supporting the development of a robust and resilient hydrogen infrastructure across Sarawak. Number three, storage. Licensing will include the use of facilities for safe and secure storage of hydrogens, minimizing the risk and ensuring the ability for various uses. Number four, distribution and transport. The regulator will be responsible to oversee licenses for the distribution, transport, and export of hydrogen, facilitating seamless integration into both regional and global market, and positioning Sarawak as a prominent hydrogen exporter. Number five, commercialization and utilization. Regulators serve the right to issue licenses for the commercial sales and use of hydrogen, which a focus on key sectors like transportation, power or electrical generation, and industrial applications, supporting our transition to a low-carbon economy. Beyond regulatory responsibilities, the regulator also will take an active role in promoting economic development. This entity will work to advance the growth of Sarawak hydrogen industry by encouraging innovation, attracting investments, and enhancing hydrogen export potential. Through strategic oversight and focused promotion, the regulator will help build a robust, sustainable hydrogen sector that creates jobs, bolster local economies, and position Sarawak as a key competitor in global energy transition. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of hydrogen economy for Sarawak. Hydrogen economy is set to bring transformative benefit to Sarawak. By advancing into this new sector, we stand ready not only to drive substantial economic growth of optimizing market dynamics and ensuring prosperous economy of our region, apart from continuing our constant commitment toward environmental sustainability. Please allow me to elaborate further. Number one, investment and employment opportunities. With new investment pouring into Sarawak hydrogen industry, we are positioned to create numerous job opportunities in hydrogen production, distribution, and infrastructure development, providing our workforce with skill development and long-term employment to uplift living standards and communities. Hydrogen economy aligns seamlessly with Sarawak PCDS 2030, allowing us to attract new investment, bolster local industries, and guide Sarawak toward a sustainable and prosperous future. Number two, empowering local businesses. The hydrogen economy will actively involve Sarawakian businesses in the supply chains, from manufacturing and maintenance of breeding hydrogen infrastructure. This approach ensures that economic gain remain within our border, reinforcing our economy through local-driven growth. Number 3, positioning Sarawak as a leading exporter. Sarawak aspires to become a major exporter of green hydrogen to countries like Korea, South Korea, and Japan. By establishing this export capability, we will boost both state and national economic growth, positioning Sarawak as global leader in clean energy and generating ongoing revenue that benefits all Malaysians. Acknowledging the global and local concern on climate change and the importance of reliance on green and clean energy instead of fossil fuel, through this amendment of this bill will prove Sarawak's commitment in contributing to sustainable growth and prosperity through reliable and renewable energy, also making Sarawak an exemplary nation in the eye of the world, especially in Southeast Asia. Dato' Speaker, challenges and solutions. With all these wonders and benefits that sound very convincing and futuristic, I believe recognizing the possible challenges that may be faced by Sarawak government should also be highlighted in this August House. I came across to a very interesting point by John Scott, the head of sustainability risk at Zurich Insurance Group, and I quote, "Hydrogen is clearly valuable and versatile and requires significant investment to rapidly scale up electrolyzer capacity for green hydrogen. The acceleration in the implementation of industrial scale CCUS required for blue hydrogen, and in parallel, the development of new hydrogen transport infrastructure. This highlights that building a low-emission hydrogen production plant requires a high level of investment in terms of infrastructure, involvement of technologies, and also efficient governance and regulation. This is also supported by the International Energy Agency, IEA, in their statement that says equipment and financial costs are increasingly putting projects at risk. SIEA Executive Director Fasil Berol notes greater progress is needed on technology, regulation, and demand creation to ensure low-emission hydrogen can realize its full potential. Dato' Speaker, the passage of this bill represents a significant step forward in Sarawak economic empowerment. By establishing clear policies for the self-production of hydrogen as a primary energy source, we are aligning with the PCDS 2030 goal and advancing our pursuit of energy self-reliance. Moreover, this legislation will drive Sarawak socio-economic development by attracting both local and international investment, creating skilled jobs, and expanding opportunities for our people. The growing awareness of the importance of green energy within the Sarawak community has also led to an increased focus on developing technical expertise and interpersonal skill, ensuring the Sarawakians are well prepared for the workforce. This contributes directly to the aspiration of the PCDS 2030 to improve household income. To bring this to a close, with Sarawak continuous commitment and pursuit of renewable energy since 2017, led by our far-sighted leader, Yang Berhormat Premier Sarawak, through various hydrogen initiatives, is shared by Honourable Minister for Utility and Telecommunication, and the criticality of establishing efficient governance on production, storage, transport, and use of hydrogen. Let us unite in support of this transformative legislation, which will definitely enhance the prosperity and well-being of our beloved state. Dato' Speaker, sebagai penutup, saya ingin merakamkan ucapan tahniah dan syabas kepada kerajaan Sarawak yang telah mengambil langkah yang tepat dalam mengetengahkan dasar ekonomi hijau Sarawak sekaligus merangsang kemajuan ekonomi negeri ke arah Sarawak maju makmur. Saya percaya dengan pindaan terhadap undang-undang ini mampu membuka lebih besar dalam industri hidrogen di Sarawak di samping meningkatkan sosioekonomi negeri. Dengan ini, Datuk Speaker, saya menyokong sepenuhnya rang Undang-Undang Distribution Gas Amendment Bill 2034. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Dato'. Next, I would like to call Yang Berhormat Talian, please.
Terima kasih, Datuk Speaker. Selamat berhabis. Salam Sarawakku sayang. Salam Sarawak maju makmur. Datuk Speaker, terima kasih atas ruang dan peluang yang diberikan kepada saya untuk turut serta di dalam perbahasan pindaan Ordinance Distribution of Gas 2024 yang merupakan langkah penting dalam pengembangan industri tenaga di Sarawak. Tahniah juga diucapkan kepada sebuyau merangkap Menteri Utiliti dan Telekomunikasi, Menteri Bertanggungjawab yang membawa usul untuk pindaan ini. Datuk Speaker, apa yang saya lihat, pindaan utama ordinans ini adalah melibatkan penambahan bahagian 5A yang baru khusus untuk hidrogen. Yang mana ordinans asal hanya terpakai kepada gas asli. Maka pindaan ini memperluaskan skopnya untuk merangkumi sumber hidrogen. Ini bermakna aktiviti seperti penjanaan hidrogen, penggunaan tanah dan premis untuk kemudahan penjanaan hidrogen dan pengedaran hidrogen kini dikawal selia di bawah ordinans ini. Pindaan ini bukan sahaja bertujuan untuk memperbaharui undang-undang sedia ada, tetapi juga untuk memastikan bahawa Sarawak sentiasa berada di hadapan dalam penggunaan dan pengeluaran hidrogen sebagai sumber tenaga alternatif selain dari bahan bakar fosil yang ketika ini didapati memudaratkan keadaan alam sekitar yang menjurus kepada perubahan iklim dunia yang tidak stabil. Datuk Speaker, pindaan ini juga memperkenalkan kuasa untuk membuat peraturan berkaitan pelbagai aspek hidrogen, termasuk prosedur permohonan lesen, spesifikasi dan piawaian untuk penjanaan hidrogen, kualiti hidrogen, keselamatan dan penyahtahulihan kemudahan penjanaan hidrogen. Pindaan ini merangkumi beberapa aspek utama yang akan memperkukuhkan pengawalan dan pengurusan sumber gas dan hidrogen di wilayah Sarawak ini. Sebagai contoh, pindaan kepada Seksyen 1 yang menambah subseksyen baru mengenai hidrogen menunjukkan komitmen kerajaan Sarawak untuk mengawal selia pengeluaran dan penggunaan hidrogen dengan lebih berkesan. Ini termasuklah penghasilan hidrogen menggunakan bahan mentah yang diperoleh dari Sarawak, penggunaan tanah dan bangunan sebagai fasiliti penghasilan hidrogen, dan pengedaran hidrogen sama ada kepada pengguna maupun untuk diekspor. Hidrogen dilihat sebagai sumber tenaga masa depan yang bersih dan boleh diperbaharui. Dengan mengintegrasikan hidrogen ke dalam sistem tenaga kita, kita bukan sahaja dapat mengurangkan kebergantungan kepada bahan bakar fosil, tetapi juga menyokong usaha untuk mencapai matlamat kelestarian alam sekitar di samping mengelak dari berlakunya perubahan iklim yang lebih buruk di masa akan datang. Datuk Speaker, pindaan ini memberi penekanan kepada keselamatan dalam penghasilan dan penyimpanan hidrogen yang merupakan aspek kritikal dalam memastikan keselamatan awam sentiasa terjaga. Pindaan ini juga memperkenalkan definisi baru seperti fasiliti penghasilan hidrogen dan penghasilan hidrogen itu sendiri. Ini akan membantu dalam memberikan penjelasan tentang aktiviti yang memerlukan lesen dan syarat-syarat yang perlu dipatuhi oleh pemohon lesen dalam segala urusan yang berkaitan. Dengan adanya definisi yang jelas, kita dapat memastikan bahawa semua pihak yang terlibat memahami tanggungjawab masing-masing. Salah satu aspek penting dalam pindaan ini adalah mengenai proses pemohonan lesen. Dengan memperkenalkan Seksyen 19B, tiada individu atau entiti boleh menjalankan aktiviti berkaitan hidrogen tanpa lesen yang dikeluarkan oleh regulator yang telah diberikan tanggungjawab untuk mengendalikan hal ini. Proses ini akan memastikan bahawa semua aktiviti berkaitan hidrogen dilakukan dengan mematuhi peraturan yang ketat dan tersusun, sekaligus melindungi kepentingan awam dan alam sekitar yang sentiasa menjadi keutamaan kerajaan Sarawak. Manakala Seksyen 19C dalam pindaan ini pula menetapkan keperluan khas yang perlu dipatuhi oleh pemohon untuk mendapatkan lesen berkaitan aktiviti penghasilan dan pengedaran hidrogen. Seksyen ini bertujuan untuk memastikan bahawa semua operasi berkaitan hidrogen dilakukan dengan mematuhi peraturan yang telah digariskan demi keselamatan, kesihatan dan perlindungan alam sekitar sambil membolehkan perkembangan mampan industri hidrogen di Sarawak. Dengan memastikan pematuhan kepada keperluan ini, Kerajaan Sarawak akan dapat mengawal selia aktiviti pengeluaran dan pengedaran hidrogen dengan lebih berkesan, sekaligus menyokong matlamat kelestarian dan inovasi dalam sektor tenaga bersih. Datuk Speaker, seterusnya Seksyen 19F dalam pindaan Ordinance Distribution of Gas 2024 ini menetapkan peruntukan mengenai pelaksanaan levy, charge dan bayaran lain yang berkaitan dengan aktiviti penghasilan dan pengedaran hidrogen di Sarawak. Seksyen ini memberi kuasa kepada Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri untuk mengenakan pelbagai jenis levy dan charge bagi memastikan pengawalan yang berkesan terhadap industri hidrogen. Tujuan Seksyen 19F ini adalah dengan jelas untuk yang pertama adalah pengawalan ekonomi. Seksyen ini bertujuan untuk mengawal dan memantau aktiviti berkaitan hidrogen dengan menetapkan kadar levy yang sesuai. Ini membantu dalam memastikan bahawa semua pihak yang terlibat dalam penghasilan dan pengedaran hidrogen mematuhi peraturan yang telah ditetapkan. Yang kedua adalah untuk pendapatan kerajaan. Dengan mengenakan levy, Kerajaan Sarawak dapat menjana pendapatan tambahan yang boleh digunakan untuk pembangunan infrastruktur dan program-program berterusan berkaitan tenaga bersih di Sarawak. Dan yang ketiga, penyelarasan aktiviti. Levy yang dikenakan juga berfungsi untuk menyelaraskan aktiviti pengeluaran dan penggunaan hidrogen, memastikan bahawa semua operasi dilakukan dengan cara yang selamat dan teratur. Datuk Speaker, Seksyen 19F juga menyatakan bahawa levy boleh dikenakan ke atas beberapa perkara, iaitu yang pertama, feedstock. Levy dikenakan ke atas bahan mentah yang dihasilkan atau diperoleh dalam Sarawak atau yang diimport ke wilayah ini untuk tujuan penghasilan hidrogen. Ini termasuk juga elektrik yang digunakan dalam proses penghasilan hidrogen itu sendiri. Yang kedua adalah fasiliti penghasilan hidrogen. Penggunaan fasiliti untuk penghasilan hidrogen juga tertakluk kepada levy. Memastikan bahawa semua operasi di fasiliti tersebut mematuhi standard keselamatan dan peraturan yang ditetapkan. Yang ketiga, penggunaan tanah dan premis. Levy akan dikenakan bagi penggunaan tanah dan bangunan sebagai fasiliti penghasilan hidrogen. Ini adalah bagi menggalakkan penggunaan ruang yang efisien dan lebih bertanggungjawab. Yang keempat, jualan dan ekspor hidrogen. Aktiviti jualan, runcit atau ekspor hidrogen keluar Sarawak juga akan dikenakan levy. Ini bertujuan untuk membantu kerajaan mengawal aliran sumber tenaga ini di pasaran secara lebih teratur dan sistematik. Dan yang kelima, pengedaran hidrogen. Pengedaran hidrogen di dalam Sarawak atau untuk tujuan ekspor akan dikenakan levy bagi memastikan semua proses dilakukan secara patuh dan selamat. Datuk Speaker, penggunaan levy ini juga sudah pasti membawa banyak kelebihan, bukan sahaja dalam bentuk pendapatan kepada kerajaan, malahan secara tidak langsung ia turut membantu kerajaan dalam aspek-aspek seperti yang berikut. Yang pertama, kepatuhan perundangan. Penggunaan levy ini akan mendorong syarikat-syarikat untuk mematuhi undang-undang dan peraturan berkaitan dengan keselamatan dan perlindungan alam sekitar. Dan yang kedua, pembangunan industri hijau. Dengan adanya sistem levy yang jelas, industri hidrogen di Sarawak dapat berkembang dengan lebih teratur sekaligus menyokong usaha kerajaan untuk menjadi pusat pengeluaran tenaga bersih di rantau Asia ini. Dan yang ketiga, peningkatan kesedaran. Pengenalan levy juga secara tidak langsung akan dapat meningkatkan kesedaran dalam kalangan pemain industri mengenai tanggungjawab mereka terhadap alam sekitar dan masyarakat secara amnya. Seksyen 19F ini juga adalah langkah penting dalam memastikan industri hidrogen di Sarawak berkembang dengan baik, selamat dan mampan. Dengan adanya peruntukan dalam seksyen ini, Kerajaan Sarawak sudah pasti dapat mengawal selia aktiviti berkaitan hidrogen secara lebih berkesan sambil memastikan manfaat ekonomi dapat dinikmati oleh semua pihak yang terlibat secara langsung maupun tidak langsung dalam industri tenaga ini. Datuk Speaker, sebagai penutup, saya ingin menekankan bahawa pindaan kepada Ordinance Distribution of Gas 2024 ini adalah langkah strategik untuk memajukan industri tenaga di Sarawak. ia bukan sahaja akan meningkatkan keselamatan dan keberkesanan pengurusan sumber tenaga kita, tetapi juga membuka peluang baru untuk inovasi dalam sektor tenaga hijau yang kerajaan kita terjui pada masa kini. Sehinggalah Sarawak diiktiraf di peringkat dunia sebagai wilayah yang sangat komited dalam menerokai sumber tenaga baharu ini. Secara ringkasnya, pindaan kepada Ordinance Distribution of Gas 2024 ini merupakan langkah penting dalam mengawal selia industri hidrogen di Sarawak. Ia menyediakan rangka kerja perundangan yang komprehensif untuk memastikan pembangunan mampan industri ini. Maka dengan itu, saya ingin menyuruh semua ahli Dewan untuk menyokong pindaan ini demi masa depan Sarawak yang lebih lestari, cerah, maju dan makmur. Telian menyokong penuh pindaan ini. Nyak jaku aku. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Telian. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Bukit Asik. Silakan.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity in participating in the debate on the distribution of gas Amendment Bill 2024. This amendment to the Distribution of Gas Ordinance 2016, which is the principal ordinance, is a significant step forward for Sarawak as we strengthen our commitment to becoming a leader in clean energy, especially in hydrogen. Hydrogen is increasingly recognized as green energy. It plays a vital role in our global efforts to combat the climate change, reduce emissions, and ensure a sustainable future for the generations to come. As nations transition away from the fossil fuels towards renewable sources, Sarawak has established itself as a leader in the region and on the global stage, particularly in hydrogen production. Dr. Speaker, Sarawak's abundant hydropower resources provide us with a unique advantage, enabling us to build a green hydrogen hub that not only supports economic growth, but also aligns with Malaysia's National Energy Transition Plan. And by amending this ordinance, we are taking the critical steps needed to regulate the hydrogen production, distribution, and related activities within our state. And this strategy move will help us safeguard our resources, ensure safety, and maximize the benefit of Sarawak's emerging hydrogen economy. And this amendment is historic, introducing this first law specifically focused on hydrogen. And with this regulatory framework, Sarawak will be better positioned to attract investment, drive innovations, and support advancement in hydrogen technologies. From electrolyzers to fuel cells and energy storage systems, the hydrogen sector holds vast potential for economic growth, for the job creation and sustainable development. And furthermore, the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bills 2024 is critical to achieving our net zero emissions goal. And with tailored regulation for hydrogen, Sarawak can safely manage and expand its hydrogen economy while upholding environmental and safety standards. And this amendment supports our ongoing initiatives in carbon capture, utilization, and storage, bracket CCUS bracket, and further positioning Sarawak as a model for sustainable economic growth. And with that, Dr. Speaker, I fully support the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Bukit Asik. I would like to call upon Yang Berhormat Kota Sentosa, please.
Thank you, Dato' Speaker, for the opportunity to debate the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. It cannot be denied that hydrogen will play and continue to play a crucial role in decarbonizing our industrial sectors, enable the transport of energy to resource-constrained regions, and enable a clean and resilient energy system. The clean hydrogen industry is facing headwinds. Costs and cost expectations have risen substantially, particularly for renewable hydrogen. However, the cost of producing renewable hydrogen is expected to decline to $2.5 to $4 per kilogram towards 2030, driven by advancements in electrolyzer technology, manufacturing economies of scale, design improvements, and reduction in renewable power costs. Sarawak government's hydrogen production ambition is a front-runner in the global race to scale up hydrogen production to boost energy security within our energy mix. The amendment shows that Sarawak are fully focused and committed on making Sarawak as an important hub of renewable hydrogen production. The global energy crisis has spotlighted the importance of hydrogen. Dato' Speaker, low-carbon hydrogen will play an important role in Sarawak and Malaysia's energy security and achieving net zero as a key enabler of a low-carbon and renewable-based energy system. Produced using homegrown, clean, renewable energy, hydrogen technologies can make Sarawak's energy system more flexible, resilient, and independent, and could lead to billions of savings by 2030. Sarawak have a clear ambition for the Sarawak hydrogen economy, aligning policy development with the wider efforts to decarbonize our economy. Sarawak can aim to harness the industrial opportunities that the growing hydrogen sector presents. Sarawak can become a global leader in the production and use of low-carbon hydrogen by drawing on strong domestic expertise and favorable geology, geography, and infrastructure. Dato' Speaker, Sarawak can use hydrogen to decarbonize and provide greener energy across power and transport. We can also store it for long periods of time for use when demand is high. The hydrogen economy offers another avenue for reskilling across industry as we transition towards net zero and provide new opportunities across our industrial parks in the planning and construction of new infrastructure to produce, transport, store, and use this homegrown superfuel. The infrastructure projects and associated supply chains needed for hydrogen production could create new high-paying job opportunities and attract private investments, thus further boosting Sarawak's economic growth. Dato' Speaker, with the amendment, Sarawak government can help stimulate hydrogen demand in industrial sectors by funding innovation and deployment of hydrogen technologies across multiple applications by providing for industrial manufacturers seeking to deploy decarbonization technologies, including providing study project support and upfront capital investment support for hydrogen off-takers to implement hydrogen fuel switching projects on their industrial sites. Dato' Speaker, the amendments will enable Sarawak to have a legal framework to use standards and regulations as another way to support hydrogen use in industrial manufacturing and in making strategic decisions on the role of hydrogen in our economy. As such, the amendments proposed is a preemptive and concerted action of the Sarawak government to support clean hydrogen growth, facilitating additional decarbonization. The regulatory framework overall for hydrogen industry is still evolving in Malaysia. As such, Sarawak must take the lead in legislation for potential revenue production, tax credits from the hydrogen industry, and in providing financial support for the hydrogen hubs. Facilitate renewable hydrogen policies which are at an early stage and have not yet fully impacted the market. On that closing remark, I fully support the distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Ketua Suntosa. Seterusnya saya mempersilakan Yang Berhormat Lingga. Please.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sarawak Maju Makmur. First, I would like to thank Datuk Speaker for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate on the second reading of the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 presented by the Honourable Minister of Utilities and Telecommunications and concurrently member of the N27 Sebuyau State Legislative Assembly. Datuk Speaker, Sarawak is forging ahead with its plan to create Asia's first green hydrogen economy. It aims to start exporting hydrogen that is produced using renewable energy by 2030. According to offshore article on 29 February 2024, clean energy solutions provider Gentari, through its subsidiary Gentari Hydrogen, has signed a heads of agreement HOA with SEDC Energy for the joint development of a centralized hydrogen production hub in Sarawak's Bintulu, Malaysia. While recently in September 21st in Dayak Daily News article, Sarawak Hydrogen Economy Roadmap has secured USD 4.2 billion in strategic partnerships driving the development of hydrogen plants, support infrastructure and innovations like the autonomous rapid transit ART system to sustainably produce green energy for both domestic and international markets. With all these strategic plans, it is timely for Sarawak government to have specific ordinance on hydrogen. Datuk Speaker, the objective of the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 is to amend the Distribution of Gas Ordinance 2016, the Principal Ordinance, by adding new sections and subsections related to hydrogen, which will emphasize the provisions for appointment of regulator, licensing, additional duties and functions of regulator, offences and penalties, extension of power to regulator on enforcement and other amendments. Datuk Speaker, referring to Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 Section 19A, appointment of regulator plays a very significant role to carry out the responsibility in regulating the licensing of hydrogen-related activities in Section 19B, 19C, 19D, 19E, 19F, and 19H to realize the GPS government's objectives, especially to expand the hydrogen economy both domestically and internationally. Accordingly, with the regulation of hydrogen activities, it can help to protect Sarawak's right to upsurge the state's income sources in line with the goals of PCDS 2030. Datuk Speaker, an ordinance for hydrogen is very crucial and play an important role because it helps to promote hydrogen use, where a legal framework can help to increase the use of hydrogen in energy system, which can be beneficial for a country's sustainable development. Second, it helps to create an organized supply chain. A legal framework can help to create an organized structure for the hydrogen supply chain, which includes production, transportation, storage, and utilization. We know that the road from project planning via approval processes to execution is fraught with complexities. The amendment of Gas Distribution Bill 2024 is a promising step forward to address these on-the-ground challenges. By supporting this amendment bill, it will give Sarawak Hydrogen's economy roadmap priority in legal considerations and approval procedures by classifying them as developments of paramount public interest and with security relevance. Time will tell if the measures are sufficient. Some details need to be discussed, and there may be adjustment during the legislative process, but this bill is an important step forward. Dato' Speaker, with today's technology, the Sarawak government should always be attentive and equipped for the development of green-based technology, specifically hydrogen, because electrolyzer technology will continue to grow rapidly and drive economic growth. We also do believe adapting new and latest technology will be another important building block for the hydrogen technology produced by Sarawak. Research and development, as well as funding through government programs, are essential to maintain the advantages of hydrogen technology. If we want to meet our ambitious hydrogen generation goals, stay at the forefront of the transition towards a sustainable economy, and profit from the growth it will spur, we need to act now. So therefore, Lingga fully support the distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. With respect, may I call upon Yang Berhormat Tupong, please.
Terima kasih, Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam Sarawak Maju Makmur. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate in the debate for the distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 in this August House. I wish to record my appreciation to the Sarawak Government and the Minister of Utilities and Telecommunication, which is also the member for Sebuya, for tabling this bill. This is a significant milestone in our approach towards energy diversification, particularly in hydrogen economy in our effort to promote sustainable energy production. It is high time that we legislate a law to regulate this new industry, its processes and the businesses participating in it. While there are stakeholders who are keen to participate, one aspect that we must not overlook is safety. This translates to the generation, storage, transport, and the use of hydrogen. Since 2017 until now, we have grown our hydrogen industry by leaps and bounds. The Premier and the Honourable Member for Gedong have proven to be far-sighted when he introduced Sarawak's hydrogen economy, and from the outset he identified our potential and the tangible returns to Sarawak. Today, we are among the pioneers of the hydrogen economy, and Sarawak's experience in managing our hydrogen production and application is sought after by other countries. In the past few years, the Premier has been invited to speak around the world to share our knowledge as well as leadership in this new economy. Just last week, the Sarawak delegation went to Abu Dhabi for its International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference, where the Premier was amongst the panelists. Before that, it was Australia, Korea, Poland, Japan, Netherlands, and Singapore, among others. Through hydrogen, we have put Sarawak on the world map. Through hydrogen, we have become among the global leaders of the new economy, and through hydrogen, we are safeguarding our future for this generation and the next. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, There is always this question on the back of the mind of critics. Why are we focusing on hydrogen economy, this astronomical undertaking, when there are still other things that must be addressed? I understand the sentiment, and so does the leaders in GPS. But let me say that the hydrogen economy is one of the solutions to our challenges, and I will tell you why. The hydrogen economy will be a revenue stream for Sarawak, if not the revenue stream of the future. What does this mean? It means we will be able to continue funding rural development, ensuring basic facilities are provided and continue to be improved upon. This will narrow the urban-rural development gap and ensure that no one will be left behind. Through this new industry, we are able to create more jobs for the people and tap local talents, allowing them to obtain high-paying jobs and uplift their living standards and raise the household income. In terms of stimulating the local economy, the industry will provide opportunities in its supply chain. This includes manufacturing, maintenance, and infrastructure development for hydrogen production and refueling. It is clear that it is not some vanity project as certain quarters might think and continue to say otherwise. This aligns with our vision, our target, and the end goal of positioning Sarawak as developed and high-income region by 2030, with our developed gap being bridged, our household income being raised, and the local economy being spurred. I spoke about how we have made tremendous progress in the hydrogen economy, and I spoke about how important it is to the development in Sarawak. Against this background, we must move to safeguard this precious resource through its amendment bill, which provides legal provision for regulation as well as the authority to impose levies or taxes on hydrogen activities. We simply cannot, I repeat, cannot be caught with our pants down when it comes to the time that other quarters are thinking of taking away our resources for their own gain. We have seen it happen before, and we don't want to see it happen again. Once bitten, twice shy. We should remember this. Hydrogen must also be covered is also covered under the state law, which is the DGO, Distribution of Gas Ordinance, a law which was passed in pursuant to the Borneo State's Legislative Power Order 1963, made by Yang di-Pertuan Agong under the Article 95C of the Federal Constitution. It doesn't come any more clearer than that. Which means all parties must respect the rule of law. Without the respect to the rule of law, arum bulaknya gunung yang kukuh pun boleh runtuh, Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker. This amendment will ensure that all that we have worked for, the hydrogen that we produce, will continue to belong to Sarawak, benefited by Sarawakian, and its revenue used to fund initiatives to serve our people better. No question about it. We are not being parochial, but Sarawak's interests must come first. Sarawakian must come first, Sarawak first, and a successful Sarawak will contribute to a successful Malaysia. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, the Premier announced this morning that Sarawak is set to establish a hydrogen development roadmap, and it aims to position Sarawak to be a key player in the clean energy market, where the focus of the roadmap is ensuring its supply. In Sarawak, we have embarked on a number of projects for hydrogen production, supply, distribution, and application. Amongst that was mentioned by Yang Berhormat Sebuyau, the Hornbill and the Hibiscus project, carrying a potential FDI of USD 3.2 billion and the potential local investment of USD 800 million. My point is that the roadmap will ensure a clear investment path as well as participation in Sarawak's hydrogen industry, positioning hydrogen as the alternative fuel. This means there is vast potential for monetization and further bolster Sarawak revenue stream. Besides that, it would of course entice international investors to come to Sarawak, as the roadmap would also provide a clear direction, policies for them to evaluate, strategize, and make decisions. Yang Berhormat, Datuk Speaker, with more participation, there is a need for licensing and regulatory activities. Proper procedure must be drawn up to ensure everyone plays by the rules and not cut corners, particularly in terms of safety and compliance. It is my hope that with this bill, we will be able to fully realize our hydrogen potential and the development of this new industry. With that, I beg to support the distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Yang Berhormat Tupong. Next on the list is Yang Berhormat Murum, please.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker. Thank you for the honor and the opportunity given to debate on distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 tabled by Yang Berhormat Menteri Utiliti dan Telekomunikasi dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Sarawak N27 Sebuyau for the second reading. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, today we convene to discuss a matter of profound importance, the distribution of Gas Amendment Bill, which seeks to amend the distribution of gas ordinance 2016. This amendment is not merely a legislative updating, it marks a pivotal step toward embracing innovation in our energy sector, particularly in the rapidly evolving field of hydrogen. As the global community shifts toward sustainable energy sources, the demand for a robust framework that accommodate alternative fuels become increasingly critical. Hydrogen has emerged as leading contender in the pursuit of clean energy, offering a viable solution to reduce our carbon footprint and lessen our reliance on fossil fuel. However, the absence of regulatory provision for hydrogen activity under the existing distribution of gas ordinance create a gap that could hinder our progress toward a sustainable energy future. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, this bill aims to lay down comprehensive regulation governing the production, distribution, and use of hydrogen. By doing so, we are not merely updating our legislative framework, we are proactively fostering an environment that encourages innovation and investment in hydrogen technology. Key objectives of this amendment include: 1. Regulatory clarity, establishing clear guidelines for hydrogen distribution that ensure safety and integrity in operation. 2. Promoting infrastructure development, enabling the necessary infrastructure to support hydrogen production and distribution, thus paving the way for its integration into our energy matrix. 3. Environment benefit, supporting the transition toward cleaner energy by facilitating the adoption of hydrogen as a viable alternative to traditional fossil fuel. 4. Economic growth, positioning our region as a leader in the hydrogen economy, creating jobs and stimulating economic opportunities. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, I acknowledge that some may express concern regarding the technicalities and environmental implications of hydrogen distribution. However, it is better to note that this bill incorporates rigorous safety standards, best practices, and stakeholder consultation, ensuring that risks are mitigated effectively. The use of hydrogen, when managed correctly, poses fewer risks compared to the environmental hazard associated with the fossil fuel. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, in conclusion, the distribution of gas amendment bill 2024 is a forward-thinking piece of legislation that not only regulates hydrogen activities, but also opens doors to innovation in energy. By voting in favor of this bill, we are making a commitment to sustainability, economic development, and technological advancement. Let us seize this opportunity to shape cleaner, more resilient energy future that align with our commitment to protecting the environment and advancing our economic interests. Together, we can ensure that our region remain at the forefront of the hydrogen revolution. With that, I beg to support the motion of this passage of this distribution of gas amendment bill 2024. Sarawak Maju Makmur, thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Mudum. Next, Yang Berhormat Tanjung Datu, silakan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to debate on distribution of the Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam segulai sejalai. Honourable members of this August House, first of all, I would like to congratulate the GPS state government led by Yang Amat Berhormat Premier for its wisdom and quick thinking to table this amendment bill. And I would like to also applaud the Honourable Minister from N27 Sebuyau, Minister for Utility and Telecommunication, for presenting this bill. I would like to then also congratulate fellow members, fellow colleagues, the speakers before me for their respective debates on the bill. Although most of us share similar points, but this shows the collective support towards the amendment of this bill by us backbenchers. And I believe this has also brought out the inner hydrogen expert in all of us backbenchers. Mr. Speaker, sir, based on the 2022 speech by YAB Premier, member from Gedong, which I quote, I believe the time for hydrogen has arrived. After several decades of waiting for the potential of hydrogen as an energy carrier, hydrogen is now ready to assume a leading role in the global energy and economic transition. Almost 90% of global GDP has put forward hydrogen support policies or initiatives. Furthermore, global hydrogen market is picking up speed, with clean hydrogen production has more than doubled since January 2021. By 2050, the world economies and energy systems will look greener. And there's also a projected reduction in renewable energy and electrolyzer costs, as well as the need for deeper decarbonization of all economic sectors, which will drive the emergence of a global market for green hydrogen and its derivatives. Fast forward to 2024, Sarawak now is on track to becoming the largest green hydrogen producer in the ASEAN region. And I believe, as shared as my fellow colleagues and honorable members in this August House, Sarawak is also forming several partnerships for green hydrogen projects said to be worth a total of USD 4.2 billion, which includes the development of hydrogen plants in Bintulu and Rembus Depot near Kuching. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, technology is never completely risk-free. The dangers associated with hydrogen technologies can be compared of those of other energy technologies, and safety is of utmost concern and as a relative concept. Behavioral biases like the risk regulation reflex or a rush to judgment and path dependency can also be present. Thus, dealing with these calls for open communication, clear information, and science-based decision-making. Therefore, it is absolutely imperative that we approve this amendment to make provisions for the regulation of activities relating to hydrogen. This will not only give a better framework, but also to safeguard our rights in the production, storage, distribution, and also use or utilization of our new resource, or if I may add, our new commodity. There has to be certain specific rules and regulations to address the production of hydrogen and its supply or value chain in the state. Few recommendations that I could mention here is that we could start up with a 4-step process which begins with licensing, i.e. certification, such as carbon footprint, project certification, and also green electricity traceability, among others. Then we can move on to design and permits, which include site assessment, environmental impact assessment, and risk assessment. Step number 3 will involve procurement, which in other words is to access a global and reliable supply chain, which would involve transport, loading, and unloading of hydrogen, whether in gas or liquid form. And last but not least is the construction phase, is which to run the project safely and on time. This phase would entail factors such as quality assurance, quality control, safety supervision, commissioning, and test run supervision, among others. And after these 4 processes has been done, then we could focus on the asset operations and its management. So thus, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, this amendment to this ordinance will act as a measure to ensure that the state has a say in all of the process that I have mentioned above, notwithstanding the revenue that we will get from production of hydrogen. We do not want any other entities or third parties to claim ownership or impose unwarranted demands on what we Sarawak have started. And in fact, we are one of the pioneers in this ASEAN region. With that, once again, I would like to beg to support this bill, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yang Berhormat Tanjung Datu. Next, Yang Berhormat Tamin.
Dato' Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank you for granting me for the opportunity to participate in the debate on the Distribution Gas Amendment Bill 2024 in this respected August House. I'd like to place my thank you to the Honorable Minister of Utility and Telecommunication for the Table Distribution Gas Bill 2024. Dato' Speaker, the introduction of this distribution gas bill is to interpret that Sarawak is on the transition toward a green energy economy and fulfillment of its commitment to attain net zero carbon emission by year 2050. In this perspective, hydrogen is regarded as a clean energy for the transportation and industrial application and uses. As We all know the Sarawak government had promoted the production of hydrogen and is seeking a foreign collaboration and investment in hydrogen generation project in Sarawak. Our Premier has been invited as a main speaker to many international stages focusing on green energy. This proved that the global key player of green energy has been acknowledged Sarawak rules and its seriousness and commitment toward the green economy policy. Dr. Speaker, Sarawak forging ahead with a plan to create ASEAN first green hydrogen economy. It is aimed to start exporting hydrogen that is produced using renewable energy by year 2030. Sarawak has abundantly hydropower resources. Its total capacity of hydroelectric power is currently 3.5 gigawatts, and there is a plan to add the 1.3 gigawatt. Sarawak also actively developing its own hydrogen production and technology. In this context, Sarawak Energy Berhad (ECB) built a South Asia first integrated hydrogen production plant. It's a refueling station in 2019. Sarawak interest in green hydrogen is twofold. First, our Sarawak Premier strongly believes that hydrogen versatility gives its potential to decarbonize various local economic sectors. Second, its export strategy is important to achieving the Sarawak goal and high income status by 2030. Our Premier has abandoned this agenda in recent months. In early June this year, Sarawak launched Southeast Asia first electrolyzer assembly distribution facility (SEADF). These are electrolysis systems using electricity to split water into hydrogen and water, and the company will start exporting by the year end. Dr. Speaker, Sarawak ambition to be a green hydrogen economy need to be understood in the context of global clean hydrogen development. A clean hydrogen includes both blue and green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is produced using fossil fuel with a carbon capture, which green hydrogen uses renewable energy and electrolysis, which do not produce a carbon CO2 emission. Sarawak success, one achievement in the next 2 years will be bolster Malaysia hydrogen economic goal. A major milestone for the global green hydrogen industry, serve as an important first step toward the clean hydrogen development and utilization not only within the Southeast Asia but also worldwide. Dr. Speaker, Petros or Petroleum Sarawak Berhad have been designated as the sole gas aggregator for Sarawak. The Amendment Gas Bill Distribution Bill 2023 was passed in this August House on 21st November 2023. Now, my question is, why Petronas keep delay the handover of the responsibility to the Petros? Those Petros not respect or recognize our law, which is already passed in this August House. Or is it a planned strategy for them making more money which does not belong to them? Dr. Speaker, for the conclusion, I full support of the distribution of Amendment Bill 2024 tabled by our Honourable Minister of Utility and Telecommunication in this Honourable August House. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Tamin. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Terbedu.
Thank you, Dato' Speaker. Previously, members for Daro, Kota Sentosa, Talian, Lingga, Tupong, Tanjung Datuk, Murum, and the most recent one is Tamin. They have spoken loudly to support the bill that was introduced by the member for Sebuyau, who is the Minister for Ministry of Utility and Telecommunication. Let me start with this quote from Thomas Jefferson. The care of human life and happiness and not their destruction is the first and only object of a good government. GBS government, in my opinion, is a very good government. Our continuous pursuit to improve the quality of life of all Sarawakian via the various initiatives that has positive impacts carried out by the GPS government has been proven successful over and over again. Today, the 11th November 2024, we witness another important bill amendment being introduced by the Honorable Minister of Utility and Telecommunication, Sarawak. Congratulations, sir, for your successful tabling of the bill amendment. N21 Tebede applaud and congratulate this momentous effort by this government, the GPS government, led by the Right Honorable Premier and the very able Minister of Utility and Telecommunication Sarawak. The bill, Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024, that was introduced by the Minister this morning, is very, very timely and very, very appropriate. It should and it must be supported by every members of this August House for the following reasons. Firstly, Sarawak first, jaga Sarawak into Sarawak. Dato' Speaker, sir, the amendment to Section 1, Section 2, amendment to title under Part 2, Section 3, requirement for licenses, renewable of licenses, additional duties and functions of regulators, amendment to Section 20, new Section 21A, and amendment to Section 32 are very thorough amendments that must be done to accommodate the great initiative by the Right Honorable Premier in a great effort in putting and placing the interests of Sarawak and Sarawakian first, in line with our Sarawak slogan, war cry, Sarawak first, jaga Sarawak into Sarawak, and is also in line with the Sarawak hydrogen economy roadmap. Second reason, hydrogen, a clean and renewable energy source and energy of the future and for the future. Dato' Speaker, the Sarawak government has envisaged that in the year 2050, Sarawak will achieve net zero carbon emission, promoting a cleaner, safer environment together with the world communities to protect our Mother Earth, the planet that we live in. The ambition and inspiration of the Sarawak government utilizing hydrogen as an alternative source of renewable energy is a sustainable solution and important roadmap to achieve that net zero carbon emission. The setting of Kuching Urban Transport System, KUTS, to implement ART or Autonomous Rail Transit by Sarawak Metro is a grand development plan by the GPS government. Trackless articulated electric vehicle powered by hydrogen fuel cell will be utilized. In this regards, hydrogen is greatly required. Hence, this amendment to the DGO bill is a strategic move and must be approved and supported in this August House. The third reason, hydrogen as an important source of revenue for Sarawak. Dato' Speaker, Sarawak is so blessed. We have abundant supply of feedstocks such as water, biomass, natural gas, ammonia, and other resources such as cheap and low electricity tariff readily available for the hydrogen generation. It is a great loss for Sarawak and our nation if these resources are not monetized and converted as revenue for our people in Sarawak to increase the state revenue. The generation of hydrogen means the process of creating or producing hydrogen using feedstocks, using the processes of electrolysis of water or reformation of natural gas into other chemical forms such as gas, liquefied or solid form, is an important new potential source of revenue for Sarawak. This will create new industries and highly paid jobs to all Sarawakian. The newly found commodity can be utilized domestically and exported to other countries. Exports of hydrogen to countries such as India and South Korea, including Japan, will definitely contribute to our much needed foreign exchange and increase our GDP value for the betterment of our Sarawak overall economy. Dato' Speaker, sir, let me conclude with this quote. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. With these arguments, rationale, and justification, Dato' Speaker, sir, I beg or terbeduk beg to support this Distribution Gas Amendment Bill 2024. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Terbeduk. I have on my list Yang Berhormat Tanjung Batu, thereafter Yang Berhormat Balingan and Ketibas, followed by Beting Maru. May I call upon Yang Berhormat Tanjung Batu, please.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker. Saran Sarawakku sayang, salam segulai sejalai. Firstly, allow me to extend my heartiest congratulations to the Honourable Minister of Utility and Telecommunication, YB from N27 Spuyo, for his leadership and commitment in introducing the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2023. This forward-thinking amendment showcases his dedication to advancing Sarawak's energy sector and aligns well with our state's aspirations. YB Dato' Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to debate on the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2023, which represents a significant advancement in Sarawak gas and energy industry. This bill aligns with our collective vision for a purpose and sustainable future, as enshrined in Sarawak post-COVID-19 development strategy, PCDS 2030, which aims to build an economically resilient, environmentally sustainable, and technologically advanced state. This amendment introduced groundbreaking provisions for the regulation and development of hydrogen, often hailed as the fuel of the future due to its clean energy potential. Hydrogen, unlike conventional fossil fuels, produce only water when used, thus offering an environmentally sustainable alternative that can reduce emissions, improve air quality, and ultimately contribute to a cleaner Sarawak. This bill will allow us to regulate the generation, storage, distribution, and utilization of hydrogen, paving the way for Sarawak to emerge as a leader in the clean energy transition within Malaysia and the broader region. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, Bintulu, as we know, is a key player in Sarawak's oil and gas sector and has long contributed to our state's economic growth. With the implementation of this bill, Bintulu is well positioned to expand its role by potentially hosting hydrogen generation and distribution facilities. This could create new employment opportunities, bringing investment into the region and improve infrastructure. The installation of gas pipelines in Bintulu will not only stimulate local industry, but also ensure that the people of Bintulu directly benefit from access to clean and reliable energy. This bill emphasizes on the regulation of hydrogen infrastructure, reflects our commitment to safety and sustainability by setting rigorous standards for hydrogen generation facilities, as well as detailed requirements for storage, pipeline distribution, and vehicle transport. We prioritize the health and safety of our citizens, especially those in areas close to industrial zones such as Bintulu. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, with the proposed amendments, the appointment of Petros as the gas aggregator allows us to maintain greater control over our natural resources, directly supporting Sarawak's goal of becoming more self-sufficient. Petros, as a Sarawak-owned company, is ideally suited to manage and optimize these resources responsibly, ensuring that the wealth generated is reinvested back into the state and our communities. This aligns closely with the vision of PCDS 2030, where Sarawak aspires to drive its own economic growth and be a net exporter of energy by 2030. The regulatory framework established under this bill not only addresses the growth of the hydrogen sector, but also set clear standards for accountability, transparency, and compliance. The introduction of special requirements for licensing, oversight by a dedicated regulator, and stringent enforcement provision reflect the high standards we expect. These environmental, health, and safety criteria for licensing hydrogen facilities are particularly commendable, ensuring that development proceeds in a way that respects our natural environment and the safety of our citizens. One of the highlights of this amendment is the provision that allows the regulator to impose levies and rates on various hydrogen-related activities. This ensures that as the hydrogen industry grows, it remains financially accountable and contributes to our state's revenue. The revenue generated through these means can be channeled back into Sarawak development programs, funding further initiatives under PCDS 2030, and advancing Sarawak goals of achieving high income status through innovation and sustainable resource management. Additionally, the regulator's authority to ensure decommissioning plans for hydrogen facilities and pipelines with a provision for security reflects an important consideration for long-term environmental sustainability. These decommissioning measures ensure that at the end of facilities or pipelines' life, the land and infrastructure are managed responsibly, avoiding environmental hazards and protecting our natural landscapes for future generations. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, in closing, this bill is a forward-looking legislative measure that not only enables Sarawak to tap into the potential of hydrogen, but also ensure that our action today lay a strong foundation for the future. This bill upholds the principle of sustainability, economy, growth, and energy independence, all central to the vision of PCDS 2030. It reflects our ambition to position Sarawak as a leader in clean energy and shows our commitment to make meaningful progress toward a sustainable future. With that, I share my full support to this bill with a shared commitment to a cleaner, more prosperous and resilient Sarawak. For the benefit of all Sarawakians, particularly the people of Bintulu, who will see their town grow in importance as we embrace this new energy advancement. Sekian, terima kasih, YB Dato' Speaker.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Tanjung Datuk. Ahli-ahli Yang Berhormat, we take a short break just for 15 minutes. Thank you. Ding, Beting Maro, Pelagus and Maluan. Yang Muhammad Ketibas, please. You want to speak after pending? After pending, all right.
No, dia jadi dia. Bukan betul, teruskan. Tidak.
Yeah, I speak. Yeah. Yang Muhammad Dato' Speaker, thank you for allowing me to participate in this debate on Sarawak Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Congratulations to the Minister for Utility and Telecommunications, Yang Berhormat, a member for Seboyau, for successfully tabling the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, the introduction of this Sarawak Distribution of Gas Bill 2024 is very timely and significant to the development of gas business and industry, more importantly in the Sarawak context. As Sarawak experienced from the squabble in Petroleum Development Act 1974 in the past, Sarawak should learn and move forward to a greater level of diligence in managing its natural resource, particularly in gas business that seated within our Sarawak territory. This bill, as enacted by Sarawak, aims to regulate and oversee the management and distribution and usage of our gas resource. This law is designed to ensure safety, efficiency, sustainability in the gas industry, while we also addressing environmental concern and public well-being, which most importantly, our effort for the news to search for new stream of income in the new economy. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, the bill amendment is necessary to include hydrogen as part of our existing type of gas in the original definition of distribution of gas ordinance. The amendment is necessary to ensure full autonomy in managing our own resource. This is to avoid dispute over control of this resource with other party or any other law in the future that can void Sarawak of its own resource, especially this particular gas, gaining its economic importance and technological application in the energy need in the future. As a result of this bill amendment, it will enable Sarawak to reap its own economic value and encouraging innovation to another level of industrial development, especially in our state of Sarawak. Since Sarawak has its own hydropower, thus it will enable maximum production of green hydrogen to generate maximum income to propel Sarawak to the future as a sole gas aggregator in the country with regard to Sarawak. This amendment bill, once enforceable, will also enable spillover to our local industry through creating local business opportunities, local employment, and most importantly, contribute to the well-being of our Sarawakians. With the above merit, let us come together protecting the resource and protect our beloved Sarawak. Thus, Katibas support the bill. Thank you.
Okay, Yang Muhammad. I think we give way to Pending. Yang Muhammad Pending first. Then Beting Maro. Then Padungan, Pelagus, Maluan, and Opa, and that please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this amendment bill. This amendment bill seeks to introduce new clauses vis-à-vis on all activities relating to hydrogen generation, storage, transportation, and distribution. It is important to ensure that whatever policy and laws that Sarawak introduces in governing hydrogen activities should not just safeguard our energy future, but also for the sound economic development and safety of our people. Although this amendment bill outlines a framework for hydrogen's role in Sarawak energy transition, it lacks a critical understanding of the local challenges we face and risks prioritizing corporate or government interests over a broader public interest. In terms of hydrogen generation, it is seen as clean energy, but in reality, it is dirty. We must acknowledge the current realities that blue hydrogen, or what we call low-carbon hydrogen, which is primarily produced through steam methane reforming, remains the most common method. This process relies on natural gas and generates substantial carbon emissions. Even when Sarawak government implements carbon capture and storage technology, it is expensive and not foolproof. Can Sarawak government really justify pushing ahead with hydrogen production when its environmental benefits remain questionable? As we know, Sarawak is producing blue hydrogen through Hibiscus project, and SEDC is also in collaboration with Curve Hydrogen Incorporation to produce blue hydrogen. Moreover, green hydrogen produced through electrolysis powered by renewable energy is often touted as the ideal. But in Sarawak, how feasible is this? Our dependence on large-scale hydropower projects like the Bakun Dam has caused environmental degradation, displaced communities, and threatened biodiversity. Do we want to repeat these mistakes in the name of hydrogen production? This amendment bill lacks clarity on how we will balance environmental sustainability with hydrogen generation, as it provides no guarantees that we will not replicate the same destructive models we have seen in the past. Hydrogen is notoriously difficult to store safely. How prepared is Sarawak to build a safe and high-pressure storage system? Hydrogen needs to be stored under extreme pressures or as a cryogenic liquid at minus 253 degrees Celsius. Sarawak has to ensure that there are rules and regulations in place to manage the technical challenges, including long-term storage risks, following the passing of this amendment bill. As we know, hydrogen can embrittle metals over time, causing storage systems to degrade and fail. As we prepare for the safety risks associated with hydrogen, are we prepared for the safety risks associated with hydrogen storage? A single hydrogen leak could cause catastrophic fires or explosions, especially in a region like Sarawak, where communities are often located near industrial sites. This is not just an environmental or economic issue, but a public safety concern. We need a more detailed plan, particularly regarding inspections, monitoring, and public safety protocols. This amendment bill is alarming vague on this issue, putting too much trust in private licensee without a stringent regulatory oversight mechanism. As hydrogen has a low energy density by volume, it needs to be either compressed or liquefied for transportation, both of which are costly and require complex infrastructure. In Sarawak, where the roads network is still developing, how practical it is to transport hydrogen safely over long distance. Moreover, the Sarawak government must consider the huge financial commitment to retrofit or build hydrogen-specific pipelines. Are we ready to invest in the infrastructure needed to safely transport hydrogen from production sites to all its designated areas Bearing in mind, transportation risk is high as hydrogen is prone to leaking through existing pipeline. Even small leak can lead to explosion if not detected early. When we talk about hydrogen, Mr. Speaker, as the fuel of the future, we must also ask, who will benefit from this transition? We are unsure on how hydrogen will be distributed and what role local communities will play in this transition. There is a risk that hydrogen production, storage, and distribution will become a top-down process, controlled by a few corporations, leaving local communities with little say in how their resources are used or how the risks are managed. Sarawak has seen this pattern before, particularly in the oil and gas sector, where local communities have often been sidelined and the profits had not always flowed back to the people. This amendment bill fails to provide any clear guarantees that hydrogen development will benefit the wider population or that local Sarawakian businesses and industry will have access to the hydrogen economy in a meaningful way. We need clear provisions for local content requirement, ensuring that Sarawak's own people and companies have a stake in this emerging industry. Tuan Speaker, I hope that the state government will take serious considerations to the points which I have raised, and with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Pending. Yang Berhormat. Yang Berhormat Bertimaru, next please. Followed by Padungan. Right.
Thank you for giving Betimaro the floor to participate in the debate for distribution of gas amendment bill 2024. Dr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Julaiha bin Arawi, Honourable Member for End of 27 Subuyau, Minister Authority and Telecommunication, for tabling this bill to the Dewan this morning. Datuk Speaker, distribution of gas amendment bill 2024 marks a watershed moment in Sarawak's journey toward energy sovereignty and sustainable development. Hydrogen economy represents one of the most promising frontiers in global energy transformation. And through this amendment, Sarawak positions itself at the vanguard of this revolution. Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 highlight three fundamental pillars. First, this amendment establishes a comprehensive regulatory framework for hydrogen that is unprecedented in scope and vision. For the first time, the Sarawak government introduced a very clear discrimination and regulation covering the entire hydrogen value chain, from generation to storage, distribution, and utilization. This framework encompasses the generation of hydrogen using feedstock produced within or imported into Sarawak, the establishment and operation of hydrogen generation facilities, the distribution of hydrogen in various forms, including blended and hydrogenated state, the promotion and control of hydrogen use across transportation, electricity generation, and the industrial application. Secondly, Dr. Speaker, this amendment creates a dedicated regulator for hydrogen activities, demonstrates our government commitment to specialized oversight and industry development. This new authority will be empowered to issue and manage licenses for hydrogen-related activities, enforce safety standards and environmental protection, promote the economic development of our hydrogen industry, ensure compliance with ministerial directive, and monitor and regulate the use of feedstock for hydrogen generation. Thirdly, the licensing framework introduced by this amendment creates a structured environment that will attract serious investors while maintaining strict control over our resources. This includes clear procedures for license application and renewal, specific requirements for hydrogen generation facilities, comprehensive safety and environmental protection measures, detailed provision for decommissioning plan, stringent control over feedstock utilization. Dr. Speaker, the strategic importance of this amendment extends far beyond regulatory control. It represents a crucial step in realizing Sarawak's vision of becoming a leading player in the global hydrogen economy. By establishing this regulatory framework now, Sarawak aims to secure Sarawak's position as a pioneer in sustainable energy development, creating new opportunities for skill employment among our youth, attracting substantial investment in clean energy infrastructure, ensuring the safe and efficient development of our hydrogen industry, and protecting our natural resources for future generations. The amendment also introduced robust enforcement mechanisms and penalties that reflect the seriousness of compliance in this sector. The provision for financial penalties of up to 20 million ringgit demonstrate our commitment for maintaining the highest standard of operation and safety. Dr. Speaker, this legislation is particularly timely as I witness the global transition toward cleaner energy sources. The hydrogen economy presents unprecedented opportunities for Sarawak, including development of new industrial clusters centered around hydrogen production, the creation of high-value employment opportunities in the clean energy sector, enhancement of our energy security through diversification, extraction of international investment in the sustainable energy infrastructure, and positioning Sarawak as a regional hub for hydrogen technology and expertise. Moreover, this amendment empowers the Majlis Mesyuarat Kedua Negeri to impose appropriate levies and charges, ensuring that the benefit of hydrogen resources flow directly to the people of Sarawak. This approach aligns perfectly with our commitment to sustainable development that prioritize the welfare of our citizens, Sarawakian. The safety provision within this amendment are particularly noteworthy. By mandating comprehensive safety protocol and environmental protection measures, we ensure that development of our hydrogen industry proceed in a manner that safeguards both our people and our environment. The requirement for detailed decommissioning plan further demonstrate our commitment to responsible industry development. Dr. Speaker, as we debate this amendment, we must recognize that we are not just discussing regulatory changes. We are laying the foundation for Sarawak energy future. This legislation will enable us to harness hydrogen immense potential while maintaining strict control over its development and distribution. It presents a balanced approach that prioritizes economic development while ensuring environmental protection and public safety. Establishing clear regulatory control over hydrogen activities through this amendment will also enhance investor confidence by providing a stable and transparent regulatory environment. We create the condition necessary for sustained investment in this crucial sector. In conclusion, Dr. Speaker, I strongly support this forward-looking amendment. It demonstrates our government vision and commitment to securing Sarawak's position as a leader in the global energy transition. To this legislation, we are not only protecting our resources for generations to come, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth and technological advancement. With that, sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Yang Berhormat Beting Maru. Next, I would like to call Yang Berhormat Pedungan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to participate in the debate on the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the backbenchers debate since this afternoon on the bill and on the hydrogen. It seems that hydrogen is a God-sent gift to humankind to save our world, and that there's all praises about the bill and about the government's policy in respect of the hydrogen development plan for Sarawak. Being the only two opposition, the loyal opposition to the state and the TYT of this house, myself and elected member for Pending, we have a duty to give a balanced view, a balance of alternative views about our hydrogen policy in the state. Yes, hydrogen is regarded as a clean form of source of energy. All right, Mr. Speaker, this stems from the trend of decarbonization being made one of the largest humanity's biggest goal to be achieved by 2050. Net zero carbon emission worldwide, and many countries have adopted that agenda. And that's why there is a hype to switch from fossil fuel to hydrogen as the alternative fuel. The general perception is that hydrogen, when combusts in air with oxygen, the byproduct is energy and water is clean, and therefore it is a clean form of energy. Mr. Speaker, hydrogen, although is the most common element in the universe and plenty on Earth, but you can't just pluck it from the air like we breathe the air in the atmosphere, or you can't just extract it from the Earth like how you extract fossil fuel. It has to be extracted. Hydrogen molecules has to be extracted from some other molecules. And there are few processes at the moment that has been applied to extract hydrogen from other molecules. Right? There are the gray hydrogen, there is the green hydrogen, there is a blue hydrogen. It can be extracted from methane molecules. It can be extracted from water molecules through electrolysis. Those extracted from methane molecules or some fossil fuel molecules, those extracted from the fossil fuel molecules are regarded as grey hydrogen, the process. And those extracted from methane or natural gas molecule are regarded as blue hydrogen. And the hydrogen extracted from the process of electrolysis of water is regarded as the green hydrogen, which is the cleanest form of energy source. So green hydrogen, and most sought after commodity now for energy production. However, to produce hydrogen through electrolysis, there is also cost involved. See, Mr. Speaker, to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you need about 55 kilowatt hour of electricity because electrolysis runs on electricity. So you need electricity to break up the water molecule into oxygen and hydrogen, H2O. See? That requires about 55 kilowatt hour of electricity to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen. But how much can 1 kilogram of hydrogen produce in terms of energy when it combusts in the air? It can only produce about 40 kilowatt hour of energy. 1 kilogram of hydrogen took about 55 kilowatt hour of energy to produce, but it can only generate 40 kilowatt hour of energy. Therefore, the energy efficiency of hydrogen at its best, i.e. green hydrogen, is about 75%, which means there are certain electricity loss along the process because you have to convert the molecular form from water to, you use electricity to create hydrogen, and after that you use hydrogen to generate electricity. Through this conversion, there is the loss of energy, and that is about 25% of energy loss in the whole process of generation of hydrogen. And that is what I say, how I would turn it as a cost of production of green hydrogen. Bearing in mind what YB Penting has stated just now about how you are going to store it, how you are going to transport it. Today we are debating a bill to regulate how any licensee is to be regulated to transport or store or sell or generate hydrogen. Just to let the Honourable Minister have peace of mind, I'm supportive of this bill. I will support this bill. I think it is an industry where you need regulation. All right? You need regulation. You can't just leave it to any private sector to run it. But there are certain things that we need to look at. Certain views, alternative views about this hydrogen industry. Whether the government should plunge in such a big scale, and then whether the government is very successful in the whole hydrogen industry. So that is our view as a lawyer opposition in this house. All right. Now I come to the storage and the transportation. There are certain issues. There are certain disadvantages of this hydrogen as compared to fossil fuel and other fuels. All right. Number one, it is highly flammable. All right. According to the study, the hydrogen gas emission energy is 20 times smaller than that of a natural gas or gasoline. That means that it is 20 times easier to explode, to light up hydrogen than normal gasoline. And that's why it is regarded as highly flammable. And to transport it, you need to transport it in a very high pressure condition. Or to store it, you need to store it at a very high pressure condition. How high is the pressure? You need to transport it in a condition which is about 350 bars to 700 bars. Okay, what does that mean? All right, 350 bars. It means it's 335,000 kPa. Mr. Speaker, do you drive a Mercedes? The tire maximum tire pressure for a Mercedes is about 350 kPa. Imagine, to transport hydrogen, you need 35,000, which is 100 times the maximum pressure that your tire can take. So that is the amount of pressure that you need to store and transport hydrogen. And and it must be kept in the condition in a liquid form, and which is 250 degrees Celsius, minus 250 degrees Celsius. So any accident, it will be disaster. So that's why we say, you need to, there must be very stringent laws regulating the industry. And Mr. Speaker, I will like to seek clarification and queries from the Honourable Minister on the issue of the two hydrogen hibiscus and hydrogen hornbill investment that has come to Bintulu, and which, according to the backbenchers debate, will create a lot of jobs, opportunities, economic return to our country, to our state. It was mentioned in his tabling the bill that there's about 200,000, the two plants will produce about 200,000 tons of hydrogen annually. I don't know whether that would be 200,000 tons of green hydrogen or blue hydrogen. Just now, Bending was mentioning that a mixture of green and blue. But just to give the context to what is 200,000 tons of hydrogen to be produced. All right, Mr. Speaker, to produce 200,000 tons, let's say if it is by way of electrolysis, and that per kilogram of hydrogen, you need 55 kilowatt hour. So to produce 200,000 tons of hydrogen, the amount of electricity required per year is 1.2 gigawatts. It's approximately 1.2 gigawatts. That is the whole of Baram. The electricity generated from the whole of Baram just for these two plants. Is that what the government is installing for us? And with that, how much what are the price of the hydrogen that is produced to be sold to Japan or Korea? Whether it will recover the investment that we have put in constructing the Baram Dam. Everything has a cost to it. So in order that to justify such a huge investment, to allow such a huge investment and the use of such amount of electricity in Sarawak, and mind you, Mr. Speaker, these are green electricity, which is a very valuable form of commodity. Now, given that decarbonization is the trend globally. Right, so I would like to seek clarification and answer on how many Sarawakians were engaged for the construction of these plants. What are the, the average, their wages are paid, their position, and the return on from these plants, so as to justify the government making such a hue and cry on the investment. All right. Lastly, not lastly, second last point. Second last point is I've heard many have said that this Sarawak now is in the forefront of this hydrogen technology, hydrogen industry. But as a Sarawakian, I want Sarawakians to feel proud. Right? We must take pride in what we do. But pride is on one thing. Kata di bawah tempurung is another thing. All right? Okay. So let me show some statistics in this house. Let me show some statistics in this house to put some of the members here in their places. Okay, this is about the statistic of let me see. Now the number of green hydrogen production facility worldwide as at 2022. All right, it goes by the country ranking. Australia, there's 96 plants. 96 plants, green hydrogen production facilities in Australia as at 2022. Germany, 50. Spain, 50. Netherlands, 48. United Kingdom, 46. US, 37. Russia, 36. Portugal, 28. China, 26. Chile, 22. We are only 2 in the making. So I think there are a lot of progress worldwide in other countries about green hydrogen production facilities everywhere. Yes, it is good that our country catch on to this bandwagon and catch on to this global trend. But given my observation about the danger of hydrogen and the cost of hydrogen production, I think there should be the government should have certain reservation in the implementation of the state's hydrogen development plan, and not only looking at the bright side, hearing the beautiful stories about hydrogen, but omitting or just ignoring the downside of hydrogen. So with those remarks, I will support this view. And one last point. In all the policies, the laws that is passed in this house, I think common people on the street, Sarawakian interests must be put number one, must be safeguarded. I take this opportunity in respect to raise the issue in respect of liquid LPG tongs. Mr. Speaker, after Petros took over as a sole distributor of LPG tongs, now Petros refuses to take back the yellow tongs now. And we have received so many complaints. Yellow tongs from Shell, owners of yellow tongs from Shell and my guests. They are forced to keep the empty tong in their house because the dealers will not want to take it back. The dealers do not want to take it back because Petros will not accept it anymore. Mr. Speaker, Petros is given that rights to be the sole distributor of LPG in the state. That gives them a lot of financial profit. Why make life so difficult for the consumers, for common people on the street, common Sarawakians? Or you can ask our members from Cebu. A lot, even Cebu member of public are calling us. Where to take back? Where to exchange the yellow tong?
Okay,
so
you make your point.
I will urge, Mr. Speaker,
You make
that
a point.
The government, our minister in charge, to direct that Petros to take back all the yellow tong in exchange for the Petros gas tong. Don't put additional burden, financial burden on the people. With that remark, I support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Pak Dengan. Yang berhormat Pak Dengan. Next, we call upon Pelagus, followed by YB Yang Berhormat Meluan, Yang Berhormat Opa, Yang Berhormat Balingyan, lastly Bukit Bangunan.
Okay. Dato' Speaker, firstly, I would like to place my gratitude in granting me the opportunity to participate in the debate on distribution of gas Amendment Bill 2024 in this respected August House. I would like also to thank the Minister of Utility and Telecommunication, Yang Berhormat Dato' Sri Haji Julahi bin Haji Noromi, a member of Sarawak Assembly and 27 Sebuyau. Dato' Speaker, we are debating on the distribution of gas Amendment Bill 2024. Our YB Pending, he is talking about the process of hydrogen. He is not talking about the bill. I think he tried his very hard and find out how the process, Padungan, not Padungan, the process. The extraction, how hydrogen extracted, the molecule, regulate what he said. I think it's long time for him to use this technical thing. Yeah? For us, let the industrial player do all these things and how to extract the hydrogen. Yeah, that is. He is too much not dealing with the amendment bill. He should look and detail out one by one amendment bill. Is there any shortcoming? Then he should produce the good idea. He's talking something different, yeah. Okay. Dato' Speaker, distribution of gas amendment bill 2024 aim to extend the existing regulatory framework under the principal ordinance to include all matters involving hydrogen gas in Sarawak. This amendment will empower authorities to oversee and regulate hydrogen-related activities such as production, storage, transportation, and distribution, ensuring that this process must meet safety requirements and operational standard. By applying the principal ordinance to hydrogen, Sarawak can manage this emerging industry under established legal structure, addressing the unique challenges and opportunities of hydrogen gas in line with Sarawak government commitment to cleaner energy and economic growth. The bill includes a new provision on license renewal, specifically to the licensee will have no implied right to renewal of their license. This provision clarifies that each license renewal will be subject to a fresh review by the regulatory bodies based on compliance with the current safety, environmental, and operational standard. Offences and penalties outlined in the principal ordinance will place also apply to activities involving hydrogen gas, ensuring that regulatory compliance is maintained across all licensed gas-related operations. The penalty serves as deterrent and reinforce Sarawak commitment to safe, responsible management of hydrogen activities. Penalty amount and duration can be specified within the ordinance to align with the severity of each offence. Dato' Speaker, the bill will include a provision granting the director or designated regulatory authority the power to impose financial penalties and licenses for any breaches or non-compliance with the principal ordinance, including all activities related to hydrogen gas. The authority to impose penalties, the director or the regulator has the power to impose financial penalties on licensee for violation of ordinance, including breaches of safety, environmental, operational, and reporting standards. Penalty amount of financial penalties may be set based on the severity of the breach. Also, the amendment bill includes the provision extending protection and immunity to the regulator and any officers appointed by them, in addition to the director and the authorized person already covered under the principal ordinance. And the bill also grants the Sarawak Cabinet the authority to make regulation, including those specifically addressing activities and matters related to hydrogen generation in Sarawak. This provision empowered the Cabinet to establish, amend, and enforce regulation that support the safe and effectiveness development of the hydrogen industry within the framework of the principal ordinance. By granting the Sarawak Cabinet this regulatory power by our bill to ensure that the hydrogen industry operates within the structured and adaptable regulatory framework, promoting safety, sustainability, and the responsible development of hydrogen as the key energy resources in Sarawak beside oil and gas. Dato' Speaker, what that being said, I place my full support for the distribution of gas amendment bill 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Pelagus. Next will be Yang Berhormat Meluan. Please.
Dato' Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to debate on this distribution of gas amendment bill 2024. I rise today to speak in strong support of the proposal bill on the distribution of gas and more specifically to emphasize the critical importance of ensuring that gas distribution license adhere to regulation outlined within this bill. First and foremost, this legislation is designed with one primary goal in mind: to protect the safety, health, and well-being of our citizens. The distribution of gas is not only a matter of energy supply, it is a matter of public safety. Gas, when handled improperly or distributed irresponsibly, poses significant risks that can result in devastating consequences. Whether it is leak of explosion or other hazard, the potential for harm is real and is preventable through strong enforceable regulation. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides the framework for holding gas dispersal licenses accountable for their rules in safeguarding public safety. By ensuring that licenses adhere to proper standards for maintenance, installation, and monitoring, we are taking proactive steps to mitigate risk and prevent accidents before they happen. But this regulation can only be effective if they are followed. And there is way it is imperative that we grant the regulatory body an authority to monitor, respect, inspect, and enforce compliance. Licensing is not just a formality, it is a means of ensuring that those who are entrusted with the distribution of such critical resources are qualified, capable, and committed to deploying best practice. It is not just about setting rules, but about creating an environment where adherence to those rules becomes standard and not the exception. When licensees fail to comply with regulation, they jeopardize not only their reputation, but more importantly, the safety and the security of the communities they serve. Mr. Speaker, this bill also recognizes the importance of fostering competition within the gas distribution sector. However, it does so with an understanding that competition should not come at the expenses of safety or service quality, while market forces drive innovation and efficiency. Safety and regulatory compliance must always remain at the forefront. By mandating adherence to strict standards, we ensure that every player in this space complete on the level playing field, one where customer safety and reliable service are never compromised. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, this bill aligns with our broader environmental and sustainability goals by ensuring that gas distribution networks are efficiently managed and properly maintained. We reduce waste, minimize emission, and help prevent unnecessary energy losses. Regulatory compliance support not only immediate safety but also long-term sustainability. In closing, I urge my members of the legislature to support this important bill by empowering regulatory bodies and ensuring that gas distribution licenses follow the law. We are investing in the safety of our station and the integrity of our infrastructure and the future of communities. Let us pass the bill and demonstrate our unwavering commitment to safety, accountability, and responsible energy management. Hereby strongly support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Meluan. Seterusnya, Yang Berhormat Opa, dipersilakan.
Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this debate. The tabling of this, the distribution of gas amendment bill 2024 by the Honorable Minister of Utility and Telecommunications Sarawak is in this August House is timely. This bill aims to regulate activities related to hydrogen generation in Sarawak, and I stand here, sir, to advocate for this passage. First and foremost, we must recognize the urgency of transitioning to sustainable energy source. The world is facing a climate crisis. The fossil fuels may no longer the preferred option for our energy needs. Hydrogen presents a remarkable opportunity as a clean energy carrier. By embracing this technology, Sarawak can lead the way in the energy transition, reducing greenhouse gases emission and setting an example for others to follow. Over the past 5 years, Sarawak has positioned itself as one of the major players in the hydrogen economy in Southeast Asia. The recent establishment of the Sarawak Hydrogen Hub in Bintulu is poised to further attract foreign investors to participate in clean hydrogen production and its downstream value chain. Moreover, the regulation of hydrogen generation will foster economic growth. Sarawak possesses vast potential for renewable energy resources, and by establishing a clear regulatory framework, we can attract investment in hydrogen technologies to invest in Sarawak. This will create job opportunity in research, production, and distribution, stimulate local economies, and position Sarawak as a hub for clean energy innovation in the region. The future of our economy lies in sustainable practices, and this amendment bill is a step toward that future. This is in line with Sarawak hydrogen economy roadmap. The environmental benefit of hydrogen cannot be overstated. By regulating the methods of hydrogen production, we can ensure that these processes are environmentally friendly. We have the opportunity to implement the best practices that minimize pollution and protect our natural resources. Let us take this opportunity to safeguard our environment for future generations. Current energy security may not be a critical concern for Sarawak, but investing in hydrogen as a local energy source can reduce our dependency on fossil fuel. This not only enhances our energy security, but also stabilizes our energy prices and protects us from global market fluctuation. Some may voice concern about the complexity and the cost associated with regulation. However, we need to consider the long-term benefit. While the initial investment in regulatory structures may be significant, the economic, environmental, and social returns will overweight this cost. A well-regulated hydrogen market will foster competition and drive innovation, ultimately leading to a lower cost of energy for consumers. Moreover, safety is paramount. This bill includes provision to ensure that hydrogen production and transportation adhere to stringent safety standards. We have a responsibility to protect our citizens, and this regulation will provide the oversight necessary to mitigate risks associated with hydrogen. The environmental impact of hydrogen generation is closely tied to the methods employed. While some methods like electrolysis powered by renewable offer significant environmental benefits, others such as steam methane reforming pose challenges due to greenhouse gas emission. As the hydrogen economy develops, focusing on sustainable and low-emission production methods will be crucial for minimizing environmental impacts and achieving climate goals. The Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 is not merely a regulatory measure alone, but it is a bold step toward a sustainable, secure, and prosperous future for Sarawak. Let us embrace this opportunity to lead in clean energy, drive economic growth, and protect our environment. I urge all members of this August House to support this bill for the betterment of Sarawak and its people. In conclusion, OPAR fully support this distribution of gas amendment bill 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat OPAR. Next one is Yang Berhormat Balingan, please.
Thank you, Datuk Speaker Shah. my deepest appreciation for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this esteemed House debate on the distribution of gas Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you, Minister of Utility, for tabling this bill, and the government of Sarawak under the leadership of our YAB Premier for putting this bill into the amendment today. This bill is of great importance, particularly as it addresses the evolving landscape of our energy infrastructure, and I'm honored to contribute to this discussion. Just now we heard from Pending and Padungan. I think a lot of information was half-cooked information, but it was lucky that at the end of the day, they do support this bill. So let us talk about the Gas Distribution Amendment Bill 2023, which was passed in State Sarawak Legislative Assembly on November 21st, 2023, introducing significant changes to how natural gas is distributed within the state. A key development is the appointment of Petros as the exclusive gas aggregator for Sarawak. Additionally, the new bill strengthened regulation regarding hydrogen distribution, establishing stricter control and licensing for the companies involved in hydrogen supply chain. Aggregator role will be included in the development and expansion of the hydrogen infrastructure, such as pipeline process facilities, to ensure an adequate supply, aim to enhance the state energy autonomy and support industrial growth by ensuring a steady and fair supply of hydrogen for both domestic and industrial need. A new bill, hydrogen is to be included in the gas distribution of gas Amendment 2024. Hydrogen is increasingly recognized as a vital component in our broader energy transition strategy. It is often included in the hydrogen bill, in the gas bill, when it is blended with natural gas, particularly as part of effort to reduce our carbon footprint, work toward a more sustainable future. Hydrogen, when produced from renewable sources, is considered a low-carbon alternative to natural gas, making it an essential part of our decarbonization goal. However, to ensure the successful integration of hydrogen into our energy system, we must first establish a robust legal framework that allows for its storage distribution. The current state law governing gas distribution are rather general, and we must adapt them to cater for specific need of hydrogen. It is crucial that we introduce hydrogen under state law to ensure that there is a clear legal position covering its use and distribution. To the end, I propose new provision within the bill to include penalties for non-compliance and to expand power of regulator or appoint who is going to be the regulator in the future. This will ensure that all stakeholders involved in the production, storage, and transportation of hydrogen adhere to safety standard and regulatory requirement. The state must grant the authority to regulate the entire gas production process from the point of production to the final delivery of product to consumer. This is especially important as hydrogen, which is a new addition to the energy mix, require stringent oversight to prevent any disruption in the supply chain, and to ensure safety and sustainability of the fuel. To further clarify, I would like to highlight some key aspects of hydrogen role in the broader energy transition. Number one, energy transition and decarbonization. Hydrogen, particularly when produced from renewable sources, is viewed as a cleaner alternative to natural gas. Blending hydrogen with natural gas in the existing supply system is a crucial step toward reducing greenhouse gas emission when avoiding significant infrastructure changes. This strategy helps in decarbonizing the energy grid without disrupting current services. Number two, infrastructure upgrade and research. To support the inclusion of hydrogen, utilities are investing in hydrogen-compatible infrastructure and pilot projects. These initiatives are necessary to test the feasibility, safety, and efficiency of blending hydrogen with natural gas in the existing pipelines. A portion of gas bill may go toward funding this research and infrastructure upgrade, which will ultimately benefit consumers by ensuring that the transaction is safe and reliable. Three, future-proofing energy supply. As a global effort to combat climate change, intensify hydrogen will play a pivotal role in the future-proofing of our energy supply. Government and energy companies are keen on meeting long-term climate goals by transitioning toward cleaner fuel. By blending hydrogen with natural gas, now we are preparing our energy infrastructure for a future where hydrogen use will be more widespread. Number four, program and testing costs. In this region where hydrogen blending is being tested, there will inevitably be additional costs associated with mixing hydrogen with the natural gas supply. These costs may be reflected in the gas bill, but they are essential part of research and testing process, allowing us to better understand how hydrogen can be integrated into our energy system, safety, and efficiency. In conclusion, the inclusion of hydrogen in our energy mix is not only timely, but also crucial as we focus on green energy. I beg to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. We'd like to call Yang Berhormat Bukit Bangunan, please.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to participate in debate on the amendment of the distribution of gas bill 2024. First, I wish to congratulate the Minister of Utilities in Telecommunication, who is also a member for Subuyao, for tabling the distribution of gas Amendment Bill 2024 in this August House today. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, hydrogen development in the state is the brainchild of our Yang Berhormat the Premier, whose vision is to transform Sarawak into a center of clean hydrogen energy, set to utilize and harness an abundance of hydropower in the state natural resources. According to a report by International Energy Agency, the global hydrogen use rose to 95 million tons in 2022, and less than 1% of the total was low-emission fuel. Hence, based on the report, there is a huge potential for hydrogen development and for the industry to expand further. Demand for hydrogen in derivative technologies is also on the rise for its potential to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. So, because of the aggressiveness of the policy, the state policy vision by Yang Muhammad to develop into hydrogen, it was reported that the two Asian countries, namely Japan and South Korea, where hydrogen is seen as crucial to the energy transition, have already set their sight on Sarawak. Hence, development of either the blue or the green hydrogen has vast economic potential in addition towards achieving a net zero carbon by the year 2050. Yang Berhormat Speaker, in view that hydrogen is relatively a new economic undertaking, the state do not have existing legislation to regulate and facilitate the development of hydrogen industry. Therefore, the Amendment of Distribution of Gas, Amendment Bill 2024, is indeed timely, and the passing will facilitate orderly development of the industry. In Malaysia, I believe Sarawak is the pioneer in the industry, and Sarawak may or is the first in Malaysia to introduce such legislation regulating the development of the hydrogen industry. Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 spell out in details provision relating to the new definition of gas, which include hydrogen, appointment of regulator, including provision on licensing, and so on. Another important provision is relating to the importation of feedstock into the state for the purpose of hydrogen generation. So allowing importation of feedstock is indeed a good move or a good provision to ensure sustainable and uninterrupted supply of raw material for hydrogen production. So with a very short observation, Your Honour, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024.
We have two more, Yang Muhammad, to make the speeches. I believe by virtue of Standing Order 9, if we exceed beyond 6:30, I think a rule now under that standing order that we have to, if we need to, we have to go beyond 6:30 in view of the forthcoming reply by the minister as well. So that's it. May I call upon Batu Kitang, Yang Muhammad, please.
Thank you, Tuan Speaker, for the opportunity to debate on the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. I find a member for Pedungan and member for Pending very entertaining. But like a member for Balingan says, eventually they support the bill. So that speaks for itself. Hydrogen is used for welding purposes, as we all know, and it comes in pressurized steel cylinders. So what's the big fuss about transporting hydrogen? You know, I don't understand YB funding. And specialized trailers today can transport hydrogen gas at high pressure, making them suitable for short-distance transportation between production facilities and refueling stations. So where is the problem of transporting hydrogen? And for longer distances, hydrogen can be liquefied to significantly reduce its volume and be transported in tankers, specially designed tankers. And today, in Sarawak, we have INEOS, Japanese company, who is involved in manufacturing and producing hydrogen, Sumitomo Corporation, another Japanese company, producing hydrogen here in Sarawak, Samsung Engineering, Lotte Chemical, Korean companies investing in producing hydrogen in Sarawak. And if there's a problem in transporting hydrogen, like what Pending and Pedungan is saying, these companies would not be coming all the way to manufacture and produce hydrogen. And today, hydrogen in Sarawak is primarily intended for export to international markets. And the main markets are Japan and South Korea, as we all know. And by simple economics analogy, demand and supply, there is a demand in the world. And so by targeting these major economies, Sarawak will position itself as a significant player in the global hydrogen market and contribute to global shift towards clean energy sources. So I don't know what Pending and Pedungan is fussing about. Tuan Speaker, with the proposed amendment to the Distribution of Gas Ordinance 2016, there will be a legal framework to ensure that it will make a huge impact to regulate hydrogen in Sarawak. In supporting this proposed amendment, Sarawak can oversee hydrogen that is locally produced, imported, or otherwise sourced for the purpose of hydrogen generation as well as storage. And with this bill, Sarawak will become the first in Malaysia to establish a dedicated hydrogen-specific legislation, positioning Sarawak as pioneers in this field, including hydrogen regulation under the Distribution of Gas Ordinance, aligning with the IGC report and the State Legislative Council's directive, placing gas and electricity distribution under Sarawak state jurisdiction. This amendment expands the Distribution Gas Ordinance definition of gas to include hydrogen, alongside LNG, LPG, and natural gas, a change that supports Sarawak's commitment to cleaner energy now and the future that our Honourable Premier so envisaged. One key feature of this amendment is the introduction of a new Part A dedicated specifically to hydrogen. And this section will be administered by the ministry responsible for high energy and environmental sustainability, while existing provisions will continue to fall under the purview of the Ministry of Utilities. This dual administrative structure is a first under this ordinance, underscoring Sarawak's commitment to a tailored approach for hydrogen regulation that will handle licensing for hydrogen generation, regardless of feedstock type, as well as oversight of hydrogen facility, construction and maintenance, storage, sale, retail, and its usage. And to ensure safety and compliance, the amendment introduces penalties for unauthorized hydrogen activities. Any generation, storage, or usage of hydrogen without a license will result in fines ranging from 500,000 to $1 million ringgit or up to 5 years in prison. Additionally, a financial penalty provision will allow for civil debt recovery as an alternative to criminal prosecution, providing a more flexible enforcement approach. This can also bring in funds collected from financial penalties to go to the Sarawak Consolidated Fund, benefiting Sarawak. Besides, the bill allows for the imposition of rates, levies, and charges on hydrogen activities to ensure a sustainable regulatory model. Dato' Speaker, the amendment expands enforcement authority, allowing the new hydrogen regulator to exercise powers similar to those of the Director of Gas. This amendment is another milestone in shaping Sarawak as a leader in hydrogen regulation, and I rise in full support of this transformative bill. Thank you, Tuan Speaker.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. The last to speak, I believe, is Yang Berhormat Telang Usan. Please.
Thank you, Dato' Speaker. I believe this is the last. Dato' Speaker, the amendments to the distribution of gas amendment bill aim to support the development of generation, distribution, and the use of hydrogen as part of our clean energy transition. Hydrogen is more than just an alternative fuel. It is a crucial part of our efforts to reduce carbon emissions and fight climate change. By including hydrogen as one of the new energy sources for Sarawak, we can work towards a greener future for everyone in Sarawak and the country. With multiple initiatives on hydrogen-related projects already in place, one, Kuching public buses powered by hydrogen, Petros multi-fuel station offering hydrogen as a fuel, and the anticipated Kuching urban transportation system. Two, Bintulu hydrogen hubs, which will site the hydrogen hibiscus and hydrogen hornbill hydrogen projects with our counterparts from Japan and South Korea. Dato' Speaker, I am pleased to inform how one rural clinic in my constituency of Telang Usan, which is Clinic Desa Longloyang, Ulu Tinjar, have greatly benefited from this new hydrogen technology, whereby since running on hybrid system of solar and hydrogen powered since April 2022, the clinic no longer experience diesel shortage to run the clinic generator. We started to work on the pilot project in November 2017, when member for N19 Mambung was then the Assistant Minister for Local Government and Health Sarawak, together with a company called H2 Energy and the Ministry of Health Malaysia. The system was officially launched by the Honorable Minister for Utility and Telecommunication, Datuk Sri Julahi bin Rawi, member for N27 Sebuyau on 8 August 2022. With the success of this pilot project, I have requested H2 Energy and the Ministry of Rural Development and Regional Development Malaysia to work for the same system for sub-district Long Pedian, which is now running on hybrid system, solar and diesel generator, which is very costly and non-environmental friendly when the generator is in use. They have since working hard on this, and I believe this will be the way forward for rural community who need better power source to provide electricity for the rural folks. Telangusan community could be the first in Sarawak, Malaysia to have electricity supply powered by solar and hydrogen in coming years. It is imperative and timely for the bill introduction and the creation of a regulator to oversee hydrogen-related activities in our state. The regulatory body will ensure that hydrogen projects are carried out safely and responsibly. With clear rules in place, we can attract investment and encourage new ideas in the hydrogen sector, helping to build a strong hydrogen economy that benefits all Sarawakian. I also fully support the bill introduction on new offences and penalties related to hydrogen activities. This is important for maintaining safety and protecting our environment as we move forward with these projects. We need to make sure that we prioritize the well-being of our community and nature as we embrace this new energy source. By passing this bill, we will enhance our existing laws to enable Sarawak to lead in hydrogen development. It shows our commitment to having a clear and friendly regulatory framework that encourages growth in the hydrogen sector. Moreover, the growth of this sector will create demands for skilled workers, which I hope will create more opportunities to equip our local communities with the skill they need for jobs in this new industry. By investing in education and training, we empower our people and create better job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, community involvement is also crucial for this initiative. As we start the hydrogen projects, we must engage with our communities to raise awareness about sustainability issues. This will help build support for clean energy initiative and benefit both our society and the environment in Sarawak. In closing, I also urge all members of the August House to support the distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Let us take this opportunity to position Sarawak as a leader in clean energy through hydrogen. Together, we can create a sustainable future for our children and grandchildren, one that shows our commitment to protecting our environment and strengthening our economy. Just a short note, Padungan did mention about how much electricity need to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen tadi. In fact, based on data on this process that I have from Sarawak, to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen, it only needs 30 kilowatt of electricity. And this technology, Mr. Speaker, is improving from time to time, and I believe in future it will cost much less. Just for example, our handphone at the earlier part, it was very bulky and very heavy, and today it is so small and could be hide in any one pocket. And he also keep on repeating, mentioning about Baram. I think he must be referring to Baram Dam. So far, I have no dam in Baram. I think he must got his facts wrong. With the above observation, I stood for N77 Telangusan to support the bill. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Telangusan. May I call upon Honourable Minister Datuk Sri Yang Berhormat Sebuyau to make his winding up speech, please.
Terima kasih, Datuk Speaker, Sir. Terlebih dulu, saya ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada semua ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang telah mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan dan menyokong usul pindaan terhadap rang Undang-Undang Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 yang kesemuanya berjumlah 22 orang. Dan semua 22 orang ini adalah terdiri daripada ahli yang berhormat bagi Daro, Telian, Bukit Asik, Kota Sentosa, Lingga, Tupong, Murum, Tanjung Datuk, Tamin, Tebdek, Tanjung Batu, Katibas, Pending, Beting Mau, Pedungan, Pelagus, Meluan, Opa, Balingian, Bukit Bangunan, Batu Kitang, dan the last one was Telang Husan. Terima kasih kepada kesemua 22 ahli yang berhormat yang telah mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan yang telah sama-sama kita dengar sejak rang undang-undang pindaan ini dikemukakan. Saya juga amat menghargai segala cadangan dan idea-idea bernas yang dikemukakan semasa perbahasan yang sudah tentunya akan dapat membantu pihak kerajaan Sarawak dalam melaksanakan dan menguatkuasakan pindaan kepada Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 ini. Datuk Speaker, Sir, honourable members have highlighted the growing interest shown by foreign investors in the state's initiative to promote the hydrogen generation industry in Sarawak, including the making available feedstock like water and ammonia and electricity required for hydrogen generation. I wish to assure this august House, Datuk Speaker, Sir, that with the passage of this bill, Sarawak will have investors-friendly regulatory framework to boost foreign investment in hydrogen generation and promote Sarawak-generated hydrogen globally. In fact, we have put Sarawak on the world map when it comes to the initiative on hydrogen right now. In fact, Sarawak is popular for that. I hope all members, including members for Pedungan and Pending, are aware about the development. Do read newspaper from time to time. This bill is an affirmation of Sarawak government's commitment on energy transition towards a future driven by a clean energy and a green economy. On the point raised by the honourable member for Tamin and Tanjung Batu about Petros, I think I am obliged also to answer here. On the appointment of gas aggregator, even though they digress a bit, but it is good that I just would like to update that the appointment is within Sarawak's legislative and executive powers over distribution of gas. The Sarawak government will ensure that Petros shall be able to exercise its statutory functions of procuring gas for distribution and supply of gas to all industries who require gas for their manufacturing processes, and that there will be adequate supply of gas at affordable prices for implementation of the Sarawak Gas Roadmap. The Sarawak government expects Petronas to comply with the DGO and recognize Petros as the sole gas aggregator in Sarawak. In fact, we are now in detailed technical engagement with Petronas, between Petronas and Petros. But I would like to reiterate here, Datuk Speaker, sir, Petros has been appointed as the sole gas aggregator effective February 2024, and Petros is the sole gas aggregator in Sarawak. There are no other gas aggregator in Sarawak. I would like to make that very clear to everybody. Datuk Speaker, sir, I would like also, yes. Yeah, Pedungan.
The mic is not.
Yeah, okay.
They mentioned about the aggregator, the sole aggregator in Sarawak, gas aggregator in Sarawak, is appointed by Petronas, or is it by virtue of our distribution of gas ordinance?
You should know.
No. Just now I heard from the minister that Petronas appointed.
Let me correct you. If
gas aggregator, yeah. So I just want to clarify.
The sole, as I mentioned, based on our amendment of distribution of gas amendment bill 2023, the sole gas aggregator appointed effectively since 1st February 2024 by the Sarawak government is Petros. No other gas aggregator in Sarawak. It is only Petros appointed by the Sarawak government. Is it clear? I hope that is clear enough to you. Okay? Yeah, I hope maybe you are thinking that I am not at peace when I see you. No, I'm always at peace whether you are there, whether you are not there. It's okay, don't worry. Datuk Speaker, sir, respect for the law is fundamental to the effective functioning of society and the principle of federalism. To the effective functioning of society and principles of federalism that unite our nation. Sarawak, having defined legal rights and jurisdiction in matters pertaining to the rule, pertaining to distribution of gas, has consistently demonstrated its commitment to the rule of law, especially in areas governed explicitly by state legislation. This dedication reflects Sarawak's ongoing responsibility to manage our resources and regulatory framework in line with the unique needs of our people. As Sarawak advances its clean energy ambition, it is essential that all parties operating in Sarawak, operating within Sarawak territories, recognize and respect this framework. Adherence to the distribution of gas ordinance not only support the orderly and sustainable development of our resources, but also strengthens the cooperative foundation of our federation. This standard of compliance is expected from all stakeholders, local and national, who contribute to Sarawak's progress. Moving forward, Datuk Speaker, sir, I'm confident that all parties will appreciate the importance of aligning with Sarawak's regulatory standard, thereby fostering a shared commitment for Sarawak development goals and the broader spirit of partnership within our federation. Maybe I just would like to respond also to some of the points raised by some members, besides members for Tamin and Tanjung Batu as regard to the appointment of gas aggregator just now, which I have just said. If I may repeat here, the appointment of sole gas aggregator to Petros effective on the 1st of February 2024 is done by the Sarawak government through the Ministry of Utility and Telecommunication. There is no other way about it. It is confirmed, and I would like to reiterate here again. I hope nobody is confused about it. And then the other one is the Sarawak government fully understand on the safety concerns and risks associated with hydrogen throughout its entire value chain, right from production, storage, transportation, and use. We recognize these risks and are committed to creating a strong regulatory framework to protect public safety and support the sustainable growth of hydrogen sector. In fact, I think most of us are aware, unless you care or you don't bother to know, that hydrogen buses are already operating in Kuching. In fact, we have Toyota Mirai also being driven using hydrogen in Kuching. So that is the living examples. Hydrogen is all right to be used in the transportation sector. I hope members for Padungan and Pending are aware about it. Don't tell me you don't read the news about the development of hydrogen in Kuching, or you refuse to accept the development. In response to the concern raised by honorable members for Padungan and Pending, I would like to emphasize that all fuels, whether in liquid or gaseous form, such as diesel, petrol and natural gas, methane and hydrogen, come with their own inherent risks. Similar to the vehicle we drive today, whether powered by petrol, diesel, or electric batteries, and each type of fuel carries risks, including the potential for catastrophic explosion. As a car owners, we are protected by stringent international standards imposed on car manufacturers to ensure safety. The same principle applies to hydrogen. Hydrogen is not a new or unfamiliar fuel, and international safety standards already exist to effectively manage the risks associated with its production, storage, transportation, and use. The safety systems and protocols that Sarawak will adopt will be in line with those applied to other fuels, ensuring that hydrogen can be handled, stored, and utilized safely in compliance with global safety standards. On another important point regarding the sources of hydrogen, I would like to highlight here that Sarawak is blessed with abundant resources and feedstock for hydrogen production. In addition to natural gas, hydrogen can also be produced from water through electrolysis process. While producing clean hydrogen does require significant renewable energy, we are witnessing a steady decline in the cost of hydrogen production, currently ranging from USD 250 to USD 680 per kilogram. If I may repeat here, we are witnessing a steady decline in the cost of hydrogen production, currently ranging from USD 250, 2.50 to USD 6.80 per kilogram. This cost is expected to continue decreasing as electrolysis technology improve and renewable energy become more affordable. This trend mirrors the success story we have seen with solar energy, where the cost of solar panels has significantly dropped over the past decade, making solar energy increasingly competitive with fossil fuels. Similarly, as advances in electrolysis technology and the availability of low-cost renewable electricity continue to grow, hydrogen production will become more cost-effective and accessible, further solidifying its role as a viable, clean energy source. I am also pleased to report that the Sarawak government, through Sarawak Energy, through SEDC Energy, I repeat here, I am also pleased to report that the Sarawak government, through SEDC Energy, in collaboration with Petronas, has achieved a significant milestone by successfully reducing the electricity required for hydrogen production to just 38 kilowatts per kilogram. This breakthrough is expected to cut production costs by up to 50% or more, significantly improving the feasibility and competitiveness of hydrogen as a clean energy source in the future. On the point raised by member for Padungan, there are no issues faced by LPG consumers to date. If any isolated cases, I hope the problem of yellow cylinders that you brought up just now are not fabricated, not manufactured by your good self or any of your men, because to me, these are isolated cases. In fact, no dealers shall refuse to accept the yellow cylinder gas. If they refuse, please report to Petronas or Petros, Piniaga. You can visit the stockyard where the yellow cylinders are being stocked right now. You should be able to visit that. If they refuse, you must report. Don't conspire with them. I hope you are not conspiring with them, because we have proof that there are more alliance towards you. Please don't conspire and don't try to blackmail Petros or Petros Naga for that matter. No, I'm trying to finish. So I would like to say here
he's not giving way.
No, this is my floor. Let me finish.
He's not giving way.
Let me finish my winding up. No, let
Minister
me finish.
not
I'm not
giving
giving
way.
way. Let me finish my winding up. You can always debate after this, or after I finish my winding up, then I give way for you. Yeah. Okay? Okay? And then...
let the minister
I'm not misleading
finish,
the House. You are misleading the House. In fact, you digress from the bill. You digress from the amendment of this bill. No, you sit down, you sit down. This is my floor. No, you sit down. You sit down.
Minister, yang mau Padungan and Pending, they are raising standing order. Let's listen to them. What is the standing order?
What do you want to me?
What's standing order? Just tell me what standing order. Nothing else. Order first.
What standing order you are quoting? Otherwise, you sit down.
36.
Saja.
Standing order 36.
Pinpoint the standing order, please.
Duduk sajalah, buang masa saja.
You're not ready. Okay, Minister, proceed, please. Minister, proceed, please.
don't even know the standing order.
On
you are just trying
the
to
privilege
disrupt the flow of the winding up.
2P.
You are not very
Privilege.
sure.
What is that?
Minister, in his reply, is making a baseless accusation against me and Pending that we are colluding with making up some stories,
No,
or
he's
even
just-
manufacture tongs to go
He's
and
just
sell.
asking.
What sort of answer is that?
No.
What sort of allegation is that?
I think
What
Minister,
was
you
trying to
proceed,
say?
please.
Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely.
I rule that
You are rubbish.
not
You are
applicable.
rubbish. Okay, let me put it this way. You must be able to visit and see the stockyard where the yellow cylinders are being stocked right now. You must be blind. You must be blind. Isolated cases
Minister,
here and there.
Minister.
Isolated cases here and there. We don't deny. I tell you.
Minister, I just
you
want
don't
to
fabricate
clarify.
information. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, why I stop you just now?
Anyway.
Yang Minister, Yang Mohamad Padungan, I did not entertain your raising of the point for a point of order because your accusation to the minister, firstly, was about that tong, yellow tong, whatnot.
You digress. Dr. Speaker, don't entertain
No.
him. He's just wasting my time.
So the minister is
No, you are
just
rubbish.
rebutting you.
You just want to interfere and interrupt my winding up. That's all. That is your purpose.
Proceed, Minister.
Dato' Speaker, sir. Sir, Dato' Speaker, sir, I would like to inform all August members, all August House members of this August House, including members for Pending and Padungan, if they care to listen. Knowledge is dynamic. Knowledge is dynamic, and because of that, we could see the cost of production of hydrogen in the future might be on the decreasing trend. So we should put trust to the effort taken by the Sarawak government right now. Dan satu lagi saya nak sentuh tentang ada peribahasa yang digunakan oleh Pedungan tadi. Mengatakan katak bawah tempurung. Actually it's bad, Impliedly, you are saying members of this August House adalah seperti katak bawah tempurung. That is very insulting. That is very insulting. You know very well that knowledge is very dynamic. You are just, if I may say, in peribahasa Melayu, sombong bodoh. You are just like sombong bodoh. I'm tempted to say that you are sombong bodoh, that's all. Otherwise, impliedly, you are saying that you are all like katak bawah tempurung. No, it's not. You better withdraw if you care. No, man. I don't expect him to withdraw because that is the character, even though there are two of them. Okay? That is the character of the two members from DAP in this August House. So hopefully one day they will be wiped out in this August House. Yeah, I know. And then there is another opinion trying to quote about this Baram Dam. As a member for Telang Usan had mentioned just now, there is no Baram Dam at the moment. So that is another fabricated information. Itu lagi katak bawah tempurung. Misleading this August House. I think you are trying to mislead not only this August House, but the whole Sarawak, the public. You are trying to mislead everybody. Okay? Another one is, if I may say here, okay, dams. How do we get our renewable energy in the future? But I can tell you right now, we are focusing on new technology, on cascading power source using run of the river, how to produce our renewable energy based on our resources that we have right now. So we are not going to submerge the area that happened during our construction of Bakundem. You don't equate the new technology that we are focusing right now. So we are trying to minimize any social impact, try to use the run of the river, solar energy to produce renewable energy in the near future. And I should be telling you again, you should be reading newspaper or news every now and then. And if you read the news, whether you accept it or not, there is another thing. But I believe you refuse to accept whatever development that is going on in Sarawak right now in our effort to produce renewable energy, enough for our requirement, especially to meet the demand not only for the domestic consumers, but also for our investors, including investment on hydrogen in the near future. So you must be willing to accept the fact that renewable energy could be produced from our resources right now using the new technology, okay? Yeah, thank you very much for supporting the bill. But please, if I may share what Balingian was saying.
Order.
Don't share with us half-cooked information, as what Balingian was saying just now. Share full-fledged, correct, accurate information, okay? Otherwise, thank you very much for your support to the amendment bill, the distribution of gas amendment bill 2034. Yeah. Yes, we are GPS government. We know where credit is due, we give credit. We don't simply just wallop you just because you are sitting on the other side. No, we are gentlemen. Okay? So, Dato' Speaker, sir, before I end my winding up speech, I would like to inform this August House that we have achieved important milestone in Sarawak's clean energy journey. The passing of Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2034 marks a bold and transformative step forward in our efforts to lead in the hydrogen economy. This amendment expands the scope of the 2016 Distribution of Gas Ordinance to include hydrogen, allowing us to create a clear, strong framework for hydrogen generation, storage, distribution, and use across Sarawak. Yeah, I have said this earlier on, I think. Respect for the law is fundamental to the effective functioning of society and principle of federalism that unite our nation. Sarawak, having defined legal rights and jurisdiction in matters pertaining to distribution of gas, has consistently demonstrated its commitment to the rule of law, especially in areas governed explicitly by state legislation. This dedication reflects Sarawak's ongoing responsibility to manage our resources and regulatory framework in line with the unique needs of our people. As Sarawak advances to clean energy ambition, it is essential that all parties operating within Sarawak territories recognize and respect this framework. Adherence to the Distribution of Gas Ordinance not only support the orderly and sustainable development of our resources, but also strengthen the cooperative foundation of our federation. This standard of compliance is expected from all stakeholders, be they are from the local or from national level, who contribute to the Sarawak's progress in the near future. Moving forward, I'm confident that all parties will appreciate the importance of aligning with Sarawak's regulatory standards thereby fostering a shared commitment for Sarawak's development goals and the broader spirit of partnership within our federation. So, Datuk Speaker Sir, if saya boleh kongsikan, saya dihidangkan pantun di sini untuk dikongsikan dengan Dewan yang mulia ini. Di mana bumi dipijak, di situ langit dijunjung. Masuk kandang kambing mengembek, masuk kandang kerbau menguak. Maknanya we must respect our law where you are operating. This could be the meaning, sir. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, once again, I would like to thank all members of this August House who have participated in the debate, who have lent their support to pass this Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Mohammed. The question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of Honorable Minister for Utility and Telecommunication and Member for N27 Sebuyau be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. As many as are of the opinion say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. The motion is passed and referred to the Committee of the Whole House. The Dewan will now resolve into the Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill, which stands committed to the committee. The Dewan will now consider the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024.
Clauses 1 to 14.
The question is that clauses 1 to 14 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion say yes. Yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. Clauses 1 to 14 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clauses and title.
The one shall now resume. Minister.
Dato' Speaker, sir, I wish to report that the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 has been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang ketiga, Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024, Minister for Utility and Telecommunication.
Dato' Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 be now read for a third time and do pass. Thank you.
The question before the Dewan is that the Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and do pass. As many as are of the opinion say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. The bill is read a third time and pass.
Distribution of Gas Amendment Bill 2024.
Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, I have dua rangka pantun jugalah. Isi terubuk kita rebuskan pindang. Pagi esok kita teruskan bersidang. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, the sitting is now adjourned and the House shall resume its sitting at 9 a.m. tomorrow.